right?
Yes.
So the screen record, because we need to kind of because this is how it is designed in the iOS or iPad OS right now. So this feature is a native iOS, iPad OS feature that you can access without Explain Everything to. So, but in order for you to appear there in the control center, you need to first, well, edit the contents of your control center there. So
let's show how to do that,
yeah,
because by default, this option is not visible in the iOS control center. That's what you mean, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let me show you. So I have this option of broadcasting, this button here, just right here on the bottom, because I set some options in the settings to display this button. And those options are hidden. If you go to settings and you go to control center, just here, you can customize controls. So go there, and by default, this screen recording that you see here is not included in the options that would be displayed. So if I remove this, this is the typical set of tools that you have in Control Center. So what you need is to take the screen recording here, tap this plus button, so it's listed within this include section here. And therefore, you'll see this button right here.
Yes. And then after it's available there, this feature is called screen recording, which doesn't help you figure out that it is also screen sharing. So in order to access the screen sharing, you touch and hold the screen recording. So this way you'll be able to open the same exact menu that is under the broadcast option. This is the same thing.
You see it says screen recording.
Yeah.
But it says start broadcast because it knows that through Zoom it's going to broadcast.
Right.
But you could say, I want to share it to photos, and then the button would say start recording.
Yeah. Yeah, because it will start recording to your photos and video.
I'm not sharing my screen, sorry.
Oh, okay. So,
so one more time. So, okay. So if you go to broadcast, if you have, let's say, Zoom, this button here says start broadcast because it knows that through Zoom, the screen will be broadcasted. But if you select, let's say, photos, it says start recording because the screen capture will store the clip file in the recordings, in the photos in the internal storage of the iPad. So that's the trick.
Right, and there's also, so those are two ways you can share your screen. There's a third one where you just share your screen from Zoom instead of starting it from Explain Everything, and that's how you do it on different platforms. So I think you can share your Zoom right now, right? Share the Zoom screen in Zoom. I think you can do that because you're essentially, while broadcasting your screen, you're just broadcasting your entire iPad screen, not just Explain Everything.
Hold your horses. I'm not using Zoom here, so I'm using a different option that I want to cover.
Right. All right, but we can still show it here on your iPad, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's even easier for us.
If you go to Zoom, and let's say.
So there's a question. I still don't understand why we need to have Zoom both in computer and tablet. So because.
So currently, I'm not using that. I'm showing you the simplest way to do that. I can remove Zoom and go with Explain Everything alone. So because I'm using option number 2. Let me show you what option number 2 is before we answer this question, okay? So the option number 2 starts the same way. You begin the Zoom session and share your Zoom connection link. However, you can go without Zoom on your tablet. So that's you, that's tablet, that's, okay, I need this. And I need, hold on. Yep. Okay, so that's the option number 2. Option number 2. you start, so in this option, what is different is that you're not using Zoom at all. Here, you only have Explain Everything on your tablet. Where's this icon? It is here. But what you need to do is to link your computer with tablet using a cable, okay? So here's this cable connection between your computer and tablet. And you need to share somehow your tablet screen with a computer. And with Macs, we use QuickTime for this. Because you can actually run QuickTime, and if your tablet is connected, and you give permission, there is this question, when you connect your tablet, does your tablet, can your tablet trust your computer? Just tap trust, make sure that you tap trust, and then you can transmit screen of your tablet to the computer. And by that, you can initiate Zoom session here. Again, have your students connected. So I'll take students here. You can have those students connected to your Zoom session. And because you're transmitting computer screen using this cable, as I'm doing now, you're not using Zoom app here at all. What we advise to do is to use Zoom on both devices here, because this is not much different in terms of like a result, but it's much simpler. We have a lot of examples of problems that are generated because you're trying to use the cable connection between computer and the tablet. And you can kind of remove this complexity if you join both devices to your conferencing solution.
I guess the question is also coming from, why not just use the iPad?
For one reason alone, is that with two devices, you can use your front camera on your computer. So you're visible, right? It's not only the screen of your tablet, but it's also you. You're visible as we are on this connection here.
Right, yeah.
And if it's not necessary, yes, you can use one device, and it's the simplest thing you can do. And that's something I would suggest to do as the step number one. When you're just trying for the first time the scenario, use just a tablet. It works great. So session 3 would be to, steps 3, sorry, would be to screen of your tablet using QuickTime on Mac, and there are other tools on Windows. It's possible as well. And for share a window where you see your whiteboard with participants on Zoom.
OMG, imagine I have to explain the setup to my students and the parents. You don't have to.
You don't have to. No,
it's just for you.
It's just for you. So your students, they will be just, they will see your tablet on a session, and that's it. Well, what they need to know is how to connect to your Zoom session. If you're just lecturing, then you don't need to engage with them, because it's also possible if you want to have a connection with them, so they are using whiteboard as well. But in this scenario, it's you. It's just for your use of the whiteboard for instructional delivery. So you have all the tools, and students can engage with you on a chat, let's say, on a Zoom's chat to ask you questions. But it's not that you want them to engage with you on a whiteboard, because it's also possible, and we're going to cover that scenario later on. So either you choose option number 1 or option number 2, you'll be good to go in terms of teaching remotely with the use of whiteboards for visual illustrations.
Okay, Nancy says, okay, I just tried option 1 and it worked fine, thanks. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Awesome. So, so now the third way, how to, because Jamie also reminded us that you can also share your screen from the iPad, just like, okay, so let's get back to Zoom and show how to share your screen in Zoom, like if you started a separate meeting in Zoom.
Okay.
Right? So you just select share and then.
Okay, sure, we can do that. So if I go to Zoom here.
So that's the alternative for option. I just lost the. Yeah. Okay. I think we're good.
So let's
say you're just using your iPad, right? Well, okay. Scratch that. That's the alternative. That's the same. It's the same result as you would expect from a broadcast option that we've covered, right? It's this. It should work the same way. It just starts from the Zoom.
Right. So on your tablet, you have Zoom, and you want to just broadcast your screen. So the simplest thing you can do. I have a Zoom session here. As you see, this is a Zoom app. It's black because that's the interface. No one is connected. It's a new session, but I'm on Zoom and I want to share my screen. You have this share content button here, top right, third button from the right, and you select screen. So let me screenshot this real quick so I can put it to canvas later for reference. So you tap screen. It asks you where you want this broadcast to go. Through Zoom, of course. Now the option is limited to Zoom, and you just start broadcast. And that's all you do. I cannot start it now because I'm broadcasting my screen using different connection, but that's all you need to do. Once you start broadcast, you just need to move back to explain everything so your screen is visible to other participants of the Zoom call.
Right. Yeah.
So that would actually be a good illustration.
Oh, there are, can you explain again, why do we need Zoom on both computer and tablet? So yeah, so because this way it allows you to have your face in Zoom and it will not take over, there will be you and your whiteboard, and you wouldn't be able to do that with just a single device. Because that's the question we're getting a lot. How do you do that? So so this is the main benefit of that, of going this way. And this way you'll be able to see what's going on your screen, on your meeting, and also interact with it. While if you are sharing your screen on a single device, you just see what you're sharing. I mean, you share a Chrome window and then you see your interactions on Chrome window and have no feedback. And if you do it on two devices, you'll be able to see your audience, yourself, and your interactions on a separate screen so that you can be sure that what you're showing is actually showing there. I mean, there shouldn't be any problems, but just in case, right? So it gives you more control, and your students will see that you're there, actually.
So actually, in 45 minutes, we have a call with the security consultant, Regan Hackett, that's going to cover exactly that, the ways he's sharing his whiteboards to explain complex problems, infrastructure, and security-related ideas using his whiteboard on a call. So we can actually cover that together with Regan once he connects with us in 45 minutes.
All right.
But I hope, well, we tried our best to illustrate those options to you. I think start small, as we began our live stream with this kind of like an idea coming from Tony Vincent. If you're trying to implement those digital habits and digital ways of doing things, try to start small. So I would, for your convenience, draft here an option 0. Let's call it option 0. Option 0, where you're just using one device. So that's you.
Oh, by the way, I'm starting to. The third option of connecting, like the bar shared at the end from Zoom, is how it works on the other platforms in Android and on desktop PCs, right? So because we have this scenario where you broadcast, it is available on iOS version of ExplainEverything, but it's not available in Android and Chromebooks and desktops because it's a native iOS feature. So the way to share your screen on different devices than iPads is exactly the third one that Bart just shown.
So step 3 in this option 0, in this simplest simplest scenario we can think of, share your tablet screen and use explain everything. And by this, once you have everyone connected to the Zoom session here, you can basically turn on screen sharing and use explain everything. But as Kuba mentioned, you won't see what's going on in session. You won't be able to respond to chat messages on Zoom because everything will be covered. All the screen will be taken by explain everything. And there is no option to screen to have both explain everything in Zoom side by side. So yes, you'll be kind of like, you have this disadvantage of not being able to react to comments on chat. That's why it's an option 0. You can do this. It's a good starting point, but we strongly suggest you to use those 2 options that involve usage of computer and tablets together. And we're going to cover that in 40 minutes one more time with person that is using these scenarios in his professional capacity from years now, I believe. Before schools were closed, we had the situation. We have professionals using whiteboards in order to engage better with different audiences, just to explore complex scenarios and by drawing together. And that's what we're going to cover together with Reagan.
Yep.
For now, let's switch gears and focus on some questions that arrived.
Well, they are generally related to what we were talking about. So,
okay.
Could we write down the option 3? So the one where you share from Zoom.
So that's actually okay. So that's not even option 3. That's a variation. That's a different take on option one, because I showed you how you can broadcast directly from explain everything. So let me just provide some clarity from within EE. So that's how you do it. If you broadcast from your screen from explain everything, you use this button, you choose broadcast, you select Zoom and start broadcast. And alternatively, you can broadcast or broadcast your screen directly from Zoom. So that's another way you can broadcast your screen, but essentially the result is the same. You turn on screen broadcasting. So what you do on the canvas of explain everything is visible to participants of the session. And one additional remark is that with step number 4, if you want to broadcast directly from explain everything, it works on iOS version of iOS. With iOS version of explain everything, so that's for those devices. Oops, sorry. Okay, that works for iOS version, but for Android, Chrome, you need to start broadcast directly from Zoom. So that's Chrome, that's Android as well. And we'll soon have the same option in UI of explain everything, so you can broadcast your screen directly from the UI of explain everything. For now, you need to start your broadcast directly from Zoom here. So that's Zoom. Let me just find an icon. Okay, that's Zoom. Okay. Oh, but I'll take this away. So it's nice and clean. Yeah, and here you have it. just-in-time visual illustrations of your options to using Explain Everything and conferencing solution to provide lectures remotely. Option 0, where just tablet is used, and 2 options where you use both computer and tablet to have your front camera together with your canvas, and a better way to control what's happening on chat, to respond to questions and reactions coming from those that are watching on Zoom, watch you going on Zoom.
Piotr Kawa says, really cool app. Piotr is our friend who used to work and Explain Everything.
Hey, Piotr. We're drinking a lot of coffee, and in Polish, kawa means coffee, so.
There you go.
Yeah.
No problem, Jamie. So Jamie says, thanks, guys. Thanks for the inspiration and tips. We hope that they will be helpful for you. And let's just stick to Explain Everything. Don't forget to eat your dinner. Yeah.
Yes, we're doing that as we go.
I guess we'll take a larger break before Reagan, because it might get really intense with him.
Yes, yes. So Reagan is one of the guys that he's very, very proficient with digital tools, and he's sometimes going too fast, even for me. So that might be quite interesting conversation.
Yeah.
But feel free to post your questions related to the Prograde setup for your remote conversations and lectures, because we can then use those questions when speaking with Reagan.
Yep. All right. So let's take a longer break this time, and we'll be back in
20 minutes?
20? Yeah, 20 seems all right.
So one more time, let's do this countdown clock,
yes.
right? Okay, so let me do this trick one more time. I'll Google up timer countdown. Okay, is there a, yes, there's online stopwatch, and I'll set this to 20 minutes, set, start. I'll cover this timer with few objects just to cover the, so those that will just be watching this, not knowing what I'm doing, they will just see the timer going, right? I'll leave information what we're using. We're using online stopwatch. Check this out. Live element on top of Explain Everything. And yes, and we'll be back in. This is actually what you can do when you're providing your lectures online. It's a really cool tip. So thank you for sharing this with me. This is something I've learned only today. We'll be back in to Explain Everything. Thank you. We'll be back shortly. All right, welcome back. So we're streaming live from Explain Everything. This is a 10-hour-long live stream where we try to explain everything about Explain Everything. And let us know how we're doing in comments to this YouTube live stream. Let me show you what we covered so far. I'll just share my screen real quick with you. So here's my screen. So this is actually we're 6 hours in, right? When we started at 8 a.m. Eastern time, we first spoke with Tony Vincent and he shared his thoughts about challenges of providing remote teaching. And he shared with us his experiences with fifth graders using explainer video scenario. That's one of the most basic scenarios that we started Explain Everything with. That was primarily a tool to create videos using kind of like a screencasting options that we have in Explain Everything. But then at some point, we converted our whiteboard to be collaborative tool for online education. And that's what we spoke about during conversations later during our stream. We spoke with Gavin from Cocoon, that's here, that was 10 a.m. Eastern, and we spoke about how to support digital transition of the schools where they are kind of like forced to adopt many digital tools and practices to provide their services. And Gavin and his company, he's ready to help in onboarding. So we shared the links and we discussed challenges also coming from situations where not every teacher is ready to use all of the technologies and it's not super clear how to use them. So he shared how his company works with teachers in those situations. And I think the message here was take it step by step, make it simple, make it approachable, and support the process of transition. We spoke at midday Eastern time with Ronnie, and Ronnie, that was an amazing conversation, wasn't it?
Very inspiring.
Ronnie inspired us, showing his story of becoming first digital pioneer of those digital tools when he tried to adopt him, even with some pushback from his community and school, but he still wanted to practice digital teaching. And now it does miracles for him when situation requires that. So we had a very inspiring conversation, and I encourage you to look into it. And we're just before conversation with Reagan Hackett. He's not included here on the agenda. However, he's going to connect with us in about 14 minutes to discuss something we explained just before the break, and it was a scenario for remote teaching. So this is a quick sketch that I created when we were exploring 3 options of how you can teach using conferencing solution. And we choose Zoom, but of course it could be Teams, Microsoft Teams, or Google Hangouts, where you want to provide your lecture in a live scenario with your students connected to the conferencing solution. And we shared option 0, where just one device is used, option 1 and option 2, where teacher uses both tablet and computer. And we discussed different benefits and shortcomings of those scenarios, trying to answer as many questions as we have. And this is where we stopped. Kuba, do you see any question that came during our break that we should address before speaking?
So yeah, the first one is in regards to the project sharing and whiteboarding together. So we'll cover that after Reagan. So because
so that's a group collaboration
yes,
scenario.
yes,
right.
yes, yes. So we'll talk about it after we talk with Reagan. And so stick with us if you want to see it in action.
But that's a very exciting topic, and that's why we want to devote good portion of time to show you how you can collaborate together using collaborative features of our whiteboard. So don't think of Zoom or any other conferencing solution. Think about using ExplainEverything to connect, engage, and work together in small groups.
Right. And there's a question from Sarah. In Shobi, I can send an individual ExplainEverything to each one of my students based on one EE that I've owned. Okay. I would like to do this outside of Shobi. Can I, such as Google Classroom, etc.? So yes, it is. If you're thinking about using Google Classroom, it is possible there as well, because the way it works, and I assume it works the same in Shobi, you just send a file, and then Google Classroom allows your students to download the file, and it's a separate copy, and they will work on the file locally, right, by themselves on their own devices. It is not as easy to do if they if they're working on a web version of ExplainEverything, but if they have apps on their iPads, then or Chromebooks, then it will be possible this way. So yes, in short, as a short answer, yes, it is possible, and it's working almost the same. Though,
so that's a scenario where teacher creates one project, uploads this to Google Classroom,
yes,
and students are just downloading that project to store it locally and work on it locally, because ExplainEverything works in this offline mode. Is an app. It is an app for all of the mobile operating systems. You can implement this scenario.
Right. So we've covered that actually in some of our previous webinars, and this scenario is covered mainly in the webinar about Chromebooks. So that's where we show how to do it exactly. The latest webinar from last week, we had a webinar about Chromebooks. Oh. We covered this exactly how it works with connection to Google Classroom.
So while you're explaining this, maybe I can show you which webinar was it. So please continue.
So Sarah, the question to you, Sarah, what platform are you using right now? Is it an iPad? Is it the Chromebook? So that will be helpful, because well, essentially, if you create a video by tapping export and selecting share and then choosing web video link, it's gonna be a streaming video where your students can download the file. But you can also export a project, but this feature is not available on the web version of ExplainEverything. It is doable, but it requires some additional steps. So yeah, so you're using laptops, so that's why you're there's a let me check if I have enough time to show that. I think I do. Okay, so let me show this really quick. I'll share my screen and show.
So I'll stop my screen sharing.
Laptop, MacBook. Okay, so that's a. How do I mute myself? Because I will hear. Okay, so let's do it this way. I'll just open up the web version of ExplainEverything.
Just show your screen first.
Yeah. There we go. So I'll just start a blank project right here. Let's just assume this is a project that I want to share with my students.
Okay.
So there are a couple ways to do that, actually. Let me just move this. So example project. So this is my example project that I've created. Very, very robust. So now I am in the cloud, right? So you can see that there's this icon here. That means this is a cloud project and it's available online. So let me just change its name.
Well, for now, we don't support offline use within the browser.
Yes.
Right? It might come in the future. We're actually working on that. But if you're using browser version that is on laptop, you're always working on a cloud project.
So right now I'm in this project, and now I want to share the project file. So if I go here, I will be able to create web video link. That's not what I'm looking for. This will create a video. right? Though you can also embed a project in that video, but let's not get into it right now. So we want to share a project. So I created this project, and now I'll go back to my projects. So I'll see that it is available here, example project. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
So I'll click on the three dots here and to open up a menu, right? So now I click on the three dot and select download project, and it will download the project file to my device. I'm using a MacBook right now. Hopefully it will start. Yeah, it seems to be still in this weird mode. Oh, okay. Now we should be able to do that. Download project. There we go. So now it's in format explain file, right here. So this is a explain everything project. So I'll select my desktop and click save. So now the project file is saved to my device, and now I can do what I want with it. So now I can share it to the Google Classroom or Shobi, and this way I'm not going to show that because I don't have those apps installed here.
But you basically use the file, right?
I'll basically use the file, though. There's a quick explanation to that. This file, you will be able to import this file only if you have a app, Explain Everything app, because you won't be able to upload it to Explain Drive without it. That's the only well, I guess blocker. So if your students are using laptops as well, they won't be able to have their own copy of the file. As for now, we'll work on that, and we'll figure out how to make it work. But for now, it is not possible.
But I understand the need is that we want to provide students with their distinct versions, right? Their unique versions of projects, right? And they are using laptops.
I know. Well, let me check the chat. I'll stop sharing my screen for a second. Let me check the.
Because recently we got so many requests related to replicating material that is prepared for students, where students should have their unique projects to work on. So most probably very soon we're going to provide a functionality where it's easier to replicate project. For now, it's a very manual process.
Yeah.
If you're using just cloud on computer to replicate project, duplicate project so many times as many copies you need. You can do this, but it's just time consuming. And we want to make it easier by providing functionality of replicating the project in the cloud. So we're aware of this process, that it's just too time consuming for teachers to follow, and we're going to improve that soon.
Right. Because right now you don't have, on the web, you don't have the ability to like create a copy of your project and insert it to your own Explain Drive. But that's something that, we're working on and want to include on the web version too. But yeah, it will take us some time to do that. I'm trying to figure out if there's a workaround for this, but I'll think more and get back to you on that too. If I figure it, I'll ask around and see if the team has figured out a workaround for that. But for now, yes, that's there's a limitation on this.
Cool, great. What question?
Right, but Sarah, so your students also use laptops, right? They don't have Chromebooks or iPads. All right, awesome, thank you. Sarah says, thank you, long time user and very happy.
Thank you.
Regarding the previous scenario, there's a question: can I use two laptops if I don't have a tablet? Yes, that's
absolutely. Yeah.
How long EE has been around? Oh, since 2011. Right?
Yeah. 2011, 2012. We started as an animation framework under a different name, but then we converted that to Explain Everything when it became EDU focused app, and it's quite successful ever since. If you think of the educational use, we measure our success by success of the teachers. of teachers using our app in the classroom, and we're most excited, including these days when we see Explain Everything being sometimes very helpful in providing remote teaching to students during this quite challenging time. And that's why we give 110% of what we can do to provide you with all the answers. So that's the underlying idea behind this stream that we provide you live for 10 hours, 4 more hours to go, Kuba.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Yes, so we're doing okay.
Just for a quick answer to Sarah, I asked the team, so if we have our workaround, so on iPads, this is much easier to do. You just once they get a file, the iPad will know that this is a file that you can open and explain everything. So you can, once you open it in Google Classroom, it will ask in which app do we want to open that, and it will recommend explain everything. So that's going to be easier. So yeah.
Just one additional thing to the question how long we're around. What you see behind Kuba is the original symbol. That was the app, the icon for the app some time ago, 5 years ago, I believe.
Yeah, I know. I think this was 4. It was 2017. I think we had the rebranding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the light bulb, now it's a bit cliche, but we always thought of this symbol as something that illustrates what this app is for. It's to illustrate your thinking and coming up with ideas and exploring those ideas by drawing and engaging in this very free form way of working with different materials just to explore ideas. So that's how this symbol came to be, but we changed this to this E some time ago, about 4 years ago.
All right, and there's a question, is the Android app version the same with available features on the iOS app? They are almost the same. Almost the same. There are a couple of things missing, but the Android team is working really hard to bring them to Android. So that means Android and Chromebooks, because that's the version that runs on, the Google Play version. That's how we should say it, actually, because that's the version you download from Google Play, and it runs on both Chromebooks and Android devices.
We have a good resource that shows differences between versions, and our goal is to narrow down this list of differences between versions to absolutely minimum list. Of course, there will be some differences in the future because of the differences in underlying systems of those devices use, but the goal is to have the same experience,
yes,
regardless what device or interface you use. So that's what we're aiming for. So far, we're almost on par in terms of functionality between tablet versions, and the version for web is catching up quickly. It has a lot, but not everything.
Right, and Tiara said, sorry if I mispronounce your name. My teachers in my district don't know about you either. I can imagine after sharing this at our virtual tech cafe tonight, this will spread like wildfire in my district. We hope so. I mean, the current situation is just kind of brings more attention to these kinds of solutions like Explain Everything. That's why I guess the more people know, and we haven't been doing too well in terms of marketing. No, I was just joking, but yeah, because I'm a part of a marketing team. I've been for a long time. So yeah. There was a for specific schools, there was a specific need to kind of incorporate that. So this is actually before Reagan comes, because I don't see him yet. So this is a cool story because some schools had this need to include some kind of tech in their teaching, and actually Explain Everything was very, very popular, or still is, very, very popular within those schools, because say they purchased a huge interactive whiteboard thing, right? This whole bulky,
like a device.
Yeah, like the wall-like device. And now they figured that this wasn't working for them, so they switched to like iPads or Chromebooks. And now what they do in their like regular setting, they just connect their iPads to an Apple TV and then just use Explain Everything as their default whiteboard. So that's the most basic scenario Explain Everything was used in. So you just connect your Chromebook or your iPad to a projector, and then you just use it as a whiteboard, and there you go. It's more, well, it takes a little bit more time to get used to, but it gives you this ability to move around the classroom.
You front face the class.
You can, yeah. You don't have to, turn your back on. You'll be able to assist and help directly your students, and all you need is just a device and a projector, right? That's the most basic thing, and also it allows you to reuse all your things that you were using, digitally, like PDFs or videos. So that gives you the ability to be a little bit more. I'm missing the right word here. Okay, so my English just stopped. Sorry. It gives you the ability to insert just the digital media, so that your teaching becomes a little bit more robust, I guess.
And visually enhanced.
And visually enhanced. Right.
And sometimes even more engaging, because I've heard the story of teacher using exactly this scenario. So whiteboards, this interactive whiteboards as just a screen for Explain Everything, used by teacher in this untethered scenario. So there's this wireless transmission of screen going on with Apple TV when iPad is used, or with Google Chromecast when Google device is used. But I've heard in this story there was a problem with student that couldn't see well, and this teacher was able to actually convert this project to a cloud project to engage with this student, and not to for the student to work actively on the canvas, because teacher was just using this device to present materials that she had on the device. She allowed this student, a single student, to connect, just to observe her going on his screen. So you can imagine the one kid looking at materials shared by student using his device, because that way he could observe that better.
Yeah, you just can imagine that just simply by doing this. When you're in the classroom, see, the collaboration doesn't have to be online, and you don't have to use it just in a remote setting. You can just use it in your classroom. You just have your devices like that, and then instead of just looking at the whiteboard somewhere at the end of the classroom, you can simply look at your iPad and then just go like, okay, I can see everything right now, right? That's the advantage of having a collaboration inside of the classroom rather than on a remote meeting, right?
The cool trick about this is that this kid could actually move around the canvas using the pan and zoom tool. That means that when teacher was too fast paced and he couldn't catch up, he could always move around the canvas, having his own distinct perspective on materials. And this is very powerful if you think about this.
Yeah. So the people also were asking, what's the Ninja Zoom feature for? We're getting rid of it, so we don't have to explain it right now. But that's the thing, that with the Ninja Zoom you were able to just explore the canvas on your own. So if a student just you don't erase your whiteboard, right? So it's not like they were doing something else or it didn't catch up. The project is always there, so they can get back to it. That's the advantage of having a cloud project. And even if they get lost, it's not like the whiteboard is erased and they have no longer access to the information that were there. They were going slower, so Explain Everything allows them to get back to it whenever they want. So that was the cool part as well.
It is a fantastic platform for engagement. And actually, since I see that our next guest just joined us, let's speak about engagement using Explain Everything whiteboard and different ways you can broadcast your whiteboard. Here's Regan Hackett with us. Regan is a friend to Explain Everything. He's a consultant on cybersecurity. Regan, can you confirm that you can hear us and see us well?
I can, Bart. Hello. Hi, everyone.
Good to see you. And thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure.
Regan, we're
excited to share my setup.
Oh, fantastic. So this is something I wanted to ask you because, we had just a section of our live stream devoted to the different ways that teaching can happen remotely, right? How you can broadcast your whiteboard to students when they cannot participate in a lesson in the school. And I just mentioned that we do have a professional that is working with this kind of situations day in, day out in a kind of like professional capacity. So if you could walk us through what you do with whiteboard and why you do it that way outside of school settings, so it illustrates good potential of using Explain Everything for teachers as well.
Absolutely. Be my pleasure. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I think I want to first talk about the why here, and I'm going to do it with sharing my desktop here on Zoom. So let me just confirm that everyone can see it.
Yes, we can see it now.
Excellent. Okay. So why explain everything? So what I'm going to go over through is why I use a digital whiteboard when I'm meeting remotely, when I'm working at home, as we all are now, and talk a little bit about my setup. But what always attracted me to explain everything was really that ability to put the personal into virtual. So to kind of have the ability to make that human connection at a distance. There's nothing better that in my professional life when you're having a conversation in person on a whiteboard and you hand someone in the room the whiteboard that you're working with and you just have these instant connections and aha moments. So I was really trying to figure out how to bring authenticity and engagement with the existing tools. And so that's what I want to kind of show you today is how I'm using, existing tools we use in business, whether it's PowerPoint, tools like Slack and Zoom. I've been using Microsoft Teams quite often, but honestly, whatever tool I'm using for the meeting, whether it's Teams, Zoom, or I have a PowerPoint, what gets me most excited to meet with people virtually is the ability to use Explain Everything, to have a whiteboard, because I know I'm going to be able to have a very engaging, delightful experience. So that's a little bit of the why I use Explain Everything. And it is a learning curve, but it's definitely worth it, especially now as we're all trying to figure out how to create a more sustainable way from working home remotely. You really got to think about your design and setup. So what you're actually seeing me do now is I'm sharing my screen with Zoom on my workstation. So I can show you a picture of that. So I just took this picture before I started. So you can see here, this is my desktop. It's actually running. It's kind of dark here. I have my Mac plugged in right here. So this is my MacBook Pro plugged into a workstation. But I use the same setup even if I'm not using, monitors. It still works the same. You have your kind of primary workstation that you're using, and then I'm using my tablet down here to control everything. And actually, Bart, I wonder if this will work here. I'm going to try to, you see here, I have this webcam that I'll use sometimes because a lot of people ask me, well, hey, how are you doing this? And so I actually move my webcam on top. And then I have my phone down here, which is how you guys are seeing me now when I'm waving at you. But you can see here, I've spent a lot of time to think about how to have the best virtual experience at a distance. You really got to think about your physical at-home workstation setup and how it can be something that you can easily walk in, join a meeting, share a screen. So you can see here, I actually have an older iPad that I use for my chat messaging right now. If Bart wanted to message me, say, hey, Reagan, stop sharing this or share this or give me a good idea. Or if I want to see your chat, I can take a look at it here on this device or even see someone else is sharing their screen. And then I have over here spreadsheets or notes or websites. So if I want to do some research while someone's talking, but when it's my turn to ask a question or input, I'm always going to be using Explain Everything. And again, it's that ability to join on your iPad, but use the browser experience to control the screen. Because sometimes it's just easier to share your screen on your desktop if you're already on that meeting. So what questions do you have, Bart, about the setup? What do you think other people would like to see more of how I'm presenting using Explain Everything on online meetings?
I wonder what you discovered because you developed your methods. It took you some time. How long do you use this setup so far? 2 years?
Yeah, I've been using. Yeah, it's been probably a 2 to 3 year process to really figure it out. Explain Everything was really what kind of took it to the next level, to know that I wanted to use a tablet, because the tablet was always important, but I was kind of taking notes, but those are just for me. But be able to visually show what I'm thinking, where I'm saying, okay, it is a workstation plus a tablet is what I'm using. And then if I have a relevant document, be able to bring that up and show it immediately. And then I stop sharing my screen, and then other people can go through there. So we know Explain Everything, you can collaborate real time. It's one of the great capabilities. But what I found was, when you're on online meetings like now, typically it's better just to join the meeting with the existing conferencing tool for the majority of the people. And if there's a couple other presenters, or for example, I'm working with another consultant trying to teach a client about cybersecurity, I'll invite them into the whiteboard, and we'll kind of present together. And that's really powerful. And every now and then the clients will get interested and want access to the whiteboard, and then we just put it in the chat and send them the link.
That's exactly the thing that I wanted to ask you about, because I remember one of the conversation with those professionals, and I was a salesperson, and he shared with us, because he's using Explain Everything, and we asked him why. He shared with us that the best thing you can have when having a professional conversation with your client is to engage with him. So that's the situation where you in front of the flip chart with your customer, and you have those pens lying around, and you both are discussing the problem, whiteboarding together on the flip chart. Now, during this time, that's impossible, obviously. And even before, when those conversations happened online, because there was like too much of a distance to cross for one meeting, those conversations happened online, and this person used Explain Everything just for that. Do you see the same in your work when you try to engage something, when you open up Canvas to explore concept? Do you allow others just to dive in and work together? Does it work?
That's usually, I would say, after the meeting. So you kind of have, if we just kind of draw this out here, so you have your live meeting session, and typically, that's something that's scheduled. It's at a specific time, but you have this time, before and after, and that's usually where I'll have an EE project linked in the meeting notes, and then I'll send it out. So it's basically having, and I'll take a screenshot of this so people aren't aware of this. You can see what I'm talking about. And I would say screenshots with my tablet is kind of my superpower. What I like about Explain Everything, because I can immediately just bring it up and show you exactly what I'm talking about. But that ability kind of after the meeting to be able to share this link, sometimes I'll share it in OneNote, or I'll paste it in the meeting chat, or I'll also put this link in the Outlook calendar invite. So it's always there. It's just, I'm not going to, just like if you're meeting with someone in a room, you don't force them to go up to the whiteboard and start drawing. But as they see it's there, and as you're moving it around, it's always an option for them.
Right.
Looks like maybe my, are you guys seeing my screen? Is it sharing the Zoom, or do I need to stop share and try it again?
No, it's fine. It's okay. It's sharing. It froze for a moment, but it's working.
Okay, yeah, I can stop and do it again there. But yeah, I think the key is just always having the Explain Everything collaboration project there, whether you put it in your meeting notes with OneNote, you put it in the chat for Zoom or your conferencing solution, and then sending it out before and after. And eventually clients will be interested and want to be a part of it, especially if you use the recording feature to record an explanation about something that's complex. It's really good for contracts like that. If you have a 20-page contract, you want to zoom in and highlight one piece, just speak over it, and then I'll attach the Explain Everything link with the standard PDF. I do that quite often.
Right. That's really interesting. So what have you learned during those 3 years now of using whiteboards at a distance? What is the major takeaway? Is it because sometimes I hear from many that this drawing on a canvas, why do we need it for? We have great tools for working with projects, with, like, let's say, structured content, and this drawing altogether, this is kind of like a visual trick for many. Is it important from the way you see it?
Yeah, you can see I'm not an artist, but I think it's important for everyone to be able to communicate visually when they're speaking. So there's certain, times when we create a nice, clean, polished PowerPoint or presentation. Everyone does that in business, and sometimes, we only allow for kind of the just-in-time, authentic, back of the napkin type of scribbling on a whiteboard or a napkin. But it's kind of finding that digital napkin experience now that we're forced. I haven't seen some of my best friends and colleagues in person now for almost 3 weeks. And then also, when I was, working with other companies across the globe, sometimes you don't see them for months. So being able to have that same type of connection where you're kind of ideation, I would say that's kind of the key, is just being able to ideate digitally is really important. Every business process has that ideation phase when you're trying to come up with a solution. And it's really important. Sometimes you're all shaking your head saying, yeah, I understand, I get what you're saying when we're speaking, but with different cultures, language, and even just in the United States, state to state, it's a little different. It's better to draw it out and show someone exactly. So I could talk to you all day about how I have multiple monitors set up, but if I'm able to zoom in and show you specifically and talk through it and get some ideas, maybe how I could make my setup better, it's just going to have better outcomes if you have that ideation phase. So for me, it's about ideation, about connection, and really trying to collaborate and get participation, not just kind of go through the motions of collaboration, really trying to get participation to be your key, so you can get better outcomes.
Right. I love the back to the of the napkin digital experience that you mentioned about. This is a key takeaway here. This is more of a digital napkin than a solution to have structured work, because we have so many tools for that. And I believe this is also relevant for teachers watching us during this section. Of course, you're using this professionally, but for, let's say, faculty meetings, when they need to happen online now, they can happen supported with a digital whiteboard for any, as you said, ideation sessions to happen, or brainstorming, let's say. So how many of your meetings, your online meetings, are supported with visuals and whiteboards?
Yeah, for me, every one, since I've been doing it for years, and whether I share it, or not, that can be different. And I'm actually going to share my iPad now so you guys can see that experience. Because sometimes I will be, if I was back when I was traveling, or I like to work outside before social distancing, and I really enjoyed just using my iPad as well. So I don't always, work. Sometimes I'm just on my phone using the iPad. So I join every meeting that way. But I think the key is this basically, the mother of all invention is necessity, and we're trying to figure out now to invent online learning, whether that's in the school setting or in business. Even just creating that process and curriculum of how you're going to teach online, I would recommend a lot of teachers use ExplainEverything, create a project, and as they get on their Zoom meetings for internal administration, as they try to figure out how to deliver online and on-demand learning, where people are just learning as we go, taking a break and just having a collaboration session for people to show videos and pictures of what they're doing. And that's one of the kind of key things I'll kind of leave off here, is just the ability to add videos in is just so powerful. To have video clips. So if a teacher wants to take a video of how they're presenting and take some pictures of some of the tests they've got or activities and share those, I would definitely, for teachers and administrators to think about using ExplainEverything to help design their online learning program, in terms of just not even using ExplainEverything to be a part of it, but using ExplainEverything to help connect teachers and administrators to create a better online learning program for their students.
So we have a question. Hi, Regan, by the way. Great to have you. We have a question from the chat. What is the iPhone for in the setup?
Great question. So I always recommend, I like to connect with my iPhone. So right now, you guys are actually looking at me through my iPhone, and I'm on my headset. The reason I do that, for a couple reasons. So you're at home, and if you have kids at home or pets, or it gets kind of noisy or loud, you need to leave, I can just grab the phone and leave very quickly. So I like connecting to audio and video on my phone, so I can just be mobile. And then also frees up the webcam you can see on the top here. And again, I think if you want to stop my share, it's I think my Zoom froze. If you stop sharing, I can reshare again. But
okay,
I like to put the camera, I like to put my webcam on top. I bought this little kind of $10 easel on Amazon, so I can have my webcam on top to show people when I'm drawing and working. seems to work out very nicely. So I use my phone just for the audio and video, and that way, and I use my devices for either sharing or watching. So I have, again, a screen where I can look at, do Google or spreadsheets or have my notes, have a device just for chatting and engaging in the chat or text messaging with my presenters. And then I have my tablet, which is I do all my drawing, and then I can see the big screen to see how it looks for everyone.
Okay, so I was able to, can I stop your sharing? Because there is I can share my screen, but I cannot stop sharing yours.
Yeah,
That's
sorry
interesting.
about that.
There's been sharing yours, and this should fix.
No, then it brings up this frozen session of coming from Regan's computer. So if you could disconnect Zoom from using your computer.
Yep, I just force quit it. Yeah. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll try it again. Okay, and now let's see here if I can just put on
no, it's just frozen. Well, it happens sometimes. So how often you have to troubleshoot, like now?
It actually hasn't been, I mean, it's been the past week that it's been more than ever, just because I think, you know, we got 3 times the amount of people on the internet using Zoom or Teams than ever before. So I think the companies are getting caught up, but quite often I usually don't have to troubleshoot. So
which one is the host? Which one is the host of the meeting? Maybe you can just kick the device.
No, I cannot.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, why don't you kick? I named it MacBook Pro. You can just kick MacBook Pro out.
On the participants view. Oh, there we go.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Nice. So you can share again.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is share on my iPad. So, and the reason I share on my desktop quite often. So if I go back to my setup here, we'll just be a second here. I'm just gonna go back back into that project that I was just in. So, because usually when you're sharing your screen on your desktop, you might have a PowerPoint or slide or website or other things to share. So, you know, if I am going to be sharing other stuff on that I'm going to need that are on the browser on my desktop, that's when I share my screen. But what I'm doing right now is actually just sharing my iPad screen. So everything I'm just moving around on my iPad, and yeah, so yeah, the phone here is definitely just used, as you guys were asking about. This is just my audio and video, and so I'm connecting my headset. I don't connect to my computer. I like to connect it to my phone, just so it's more mobile. I can move around if I have to. Because ExplainEverything's also on your phone as well. So I mean, I've done lots of just-in-time meetings, whiteboarding on my phone on a Zoom call. So it can, at the end of the day, you don't need all these pieces. They're nice to have, but sometimes I'll use my iPad and my phone. Sometimes I'm just using my phone, or like you see in this setup, I'm using everything. So I can kind of pull pieces out as needed.
That's fantastic. Thank you for sharing your setup with us. This is so great. Oh, and that's a good illustration of working outside, huh?
Yeah, it's like I said, sometimes, you know, you just want to be able to work from home. And this is exactly what I used to show people. Like, this is where I live here in San Diego. And again, I could tell you that I like the paddleboard, but I can show you exactly where and show you that I'm actually paddleboarding with ExplainEverything. So yeah, I've done meetings on my paddleboard. And it's another good reason why it's good to have video clips to kind of show and not just tell your setup.
This is fantastic. I mean, it might look like crazy from the perspective of those that are just beginning to paddle board with and whiteboarding at the same time. So tell us your 2 suggestions for those that are just beginning, what they should do first. Maybe not going crazy altogether at once.
Yeah, great question.
Start with.
Yeah, so I kind of set this up here to show everyone. Let me just move this out of the way here. Actually, I'm going to create just a new slide here. So, one of my recommendations is just kind of getting familiar, watching some YouTube videos, get familiar with ExplainEverything. I like, this is kind of how my mind works here. So I'm going to insert a screen. I like to use clip art. So you can see here, if you're using the top left, just get familiar with media and files and clip art. So before we joined this call, I inserted a piece of clip art here that shows you what I think is the most important piece to start to practice with, which is just inserting files. So again, you're going to go to your insert menu, select files, because you really have a lot of options when you insert files. You can do grid, which I like, or do separate slides. So it's really kind of taking your existing communication, visual communication, which is going to be websites, PDFs, PowerPoints, lesson plans, scope of works, get that into the whiteboard so then you can work on top of it. So really learning how to insert media would be what I'd recommend most. And then you get into clip art, which you learn then how to actually, save pieces very easily. So for example, once I created this, I just select the inspector and hit add to clip art right there. So that way you can see here my clip art. I just have tons of content in here because I'm using this all the time. So that way you can kind of just build up your media library. Because really what makes ExplainEverything powerful, since it's in that ideation process, is that ability to kind of bring in all these media right in time at the right moment. So getting familiar with inserting media would be my recommendations where you would start.
Great. Thanks for sharing that with us. And I think that's a good advice for those that are just beginning. So just taking it step by step, starting with existing documents, because not everyone is going to create using this rich feature set that we have in ExplainEverything. But using documents that you have is possible because you can use them, take them from any cloud resource that you have. And then just put them on a canvas for ideation session and support your meetings with a whiteboard as Reagan is doing. You mentioned all the time, every time. Interesting.
Yep.
Thank you for sharing. Do we have any more questions or reactions to what Reagan is sharing with us?
No, I guess that there was so inspiring that nobody asked questions. But yeah, the Tara says, Tiara, sorry. I love this, how you literally, Jesus, literally go outside the four walls to show others how you can connect and share. So yeah, I guess that's a great inspiration. So thank you for sharing that.
Fantastic. Big thumbs up, Reagan, and keep it going. Hope we can reconnect soon to inspire more teachers with what we're doing here, using ExplainEverything in a different situations, even on a water when you're using your paddleboard. I love that.
Well, thanks, guys. great work on the marathon webcast. I think it's important to show people. You guys keep doing this because yeah, it's definitely it really, I think with the social distancing that's happening right now as we're all trying to fight COVID-19, it's important that we find ways to really meaningfully connect at a distance. And so I think drawing, whiteboarding, showing pictures, but just trying to be as kind of authentic and immediate as you can at a distance really will help. And a whiteboard's a key part to that. So it is a lot to take on. You got to figure out how to use your meeting tools. Got to, download ExplainEverything, start to use it. But I can tell you the ExplainEverything tool, since it works on your phone, iPad, and the web, there's multiple ways to do everything. So just take your time, step by step, just every day, try to be a little more visual and authentic when you're communicating with people. And I think we can, make this working and learning from a distance be maybe even superior than in person sometimes. I think it'll always be a blended. I'm excited to get back into the meeting rooms and classrooms in person, but the at a distance piece hopefully will never go away and we'll all just be better at it. So great work to ExplainEverything, building what I think is an essential tool for the learning and presenting at a distance. So thanks, guys.
Reagan, before you go, there's one more question. Let me see, because yes, you are an inspiration for many here. Are you sharing your screen from your tablet to your laptop through EE or through Zoom? Sorry, I think I missed that part of what you said.
No, that's a good question. So I do it a couple different ways. So I'll share my screen again here. So we'll see, it will show up. So to answer your question, I do it multiple ways here. So on your phone, or so if you're using whether you're using Android, iOS, or an iPad, I'm just gonna have to join my meeting again. So 1 second. I'm gonna join again, Bart. You have to build. I'm gonna show you how you can join on your. Oops, doesn't look like it's gonna show me here. So I'll just have to speak to it. So when you're joining on Zoom or Teams or your web conferencing, you can go open up your browser and go to whiteboard.explaineverything.com and log into your account, and then everything on the web is a cloud project. So I'll go to my cloud project there and I'll type in that same code into my phone or my iPad. Now, when you're signed into your accounts with ExplainEverything, they'll just pop up and display. And so then that way I can just, everything I'm doing on my iPad will show up on the web. So that way I can just share my desktop screen. Now, if I want to, I can sign into Zoom or WebEx on the iPad. And if you're signed in on the mobile apps on your iPad or phone, then there's an option to share your screen. I think Bart's going to show you that. So when I leave the house and I'm paddleboarding and teaching on my paddleboard or presenting on my paddleboard, yeah, I'm definitely just using my iPhone and iPad. But when I'm at home in my office, I take advantage of the bigger screen and just share my desktop. Because sometimes too, you want to show something that's not in the whiteboard, go to a YouTube video, go to another page. So when you're sharing from the browser, what's nice is you have the ability to immediately, switch between Explain Everything and Explain Everything in the browser, and then whatever else you want to share.
So that's actually,
does that answer the question?
That's actually, I think it does, and that's actually a good pivot to the next section of our live stream. We're going to speak about engaging in collaborative whiteboarding. So in order to illustrate what you just discussed, let me do this real quick. So this is a session I just opened, and it's a cloud project that you can connect to using this.
Oh, awesome.
And if you
I'll do that right now.
Try to connect with us, I'll change the background here. Okay. That's the connection code. And what Regan mentioned is that he's asking his participants to open browsers. Oh, I don't know what Amazon is here, but it's here. So if you ask participants, if you want to engage with them, to go to ExplainEverything.com, they can either use the code, use the link, you can share the link so they can connect with the link, or go to our web page. And this is actually a mobile view, but on a desktop view, there will be an option to use the code in top right corner. Here we have a space where you can put in your code. So I'm going to do this right now. I see that Regan already did. So that's Regan for you here on the canvas, using his, bringing in his elements to the canvas, while I'm joining using my browser here. And this is going to get crazy a bit, because what I'm doing here is that I'm using Explain Everything, where I have a browser, and within this browser, I'm joining my session again. So this is like kind of like Inception scenario, right? So you have Explain Everything within Explain Everything. It gets crazy, but it's the time of the day where we can go crazy here. Oh, yeah. And as you see, Regan is adding elements to the canvas, and I can also see it in the browser because I'm the second participant of the session. It's a bit insane, isn't it, Regan?
Yeah, well, I mean, but it's it's funny because sometimes when I'm in a meeting, a sales meeting or consulting meeting, sometimes meetings get kind of crazy. You tell kind of crazy stories, you show things, you draw things on the board, and that unique dynamic of people and their personalities and perspectives creates, I guess we call it crazy because, again, you can't replicate it. And I think sometimes too, in the teaching and business world, we've been so regimented and the routine has kind of locked us in. We've all known it for a while now that, our system was created originally for the Industrial Revolution, where things really were running on a clock. And now we've been blessed with a lot of different new technology that has, increased the amount of time we have where we can be more creative and spontaneous. So I would say, at first it seems possibly like it's a bug to have a crazy unstructured meeting, but it really becomes the key benefit and the whole point, to where that's where you get the best ideas and really learn what people are capable of. So it's breaking that regimented routine that I'm hoping that learning online, as we're all learning to work and learn from at home, that if we use the whiteboard and have situations, basically plan for some chaos, I think will be better for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, there's a lot of science that explains why a not rigid, free-form canvas is better than structured collaboration for opening people up, for allowing them to share their take and their thoughts. And the bottom line is that start with unstructured, allow freedom of expression, and this helps actually to share all of the ideas and not intimidate people with implied structure at the very beginning. So this is actually you're illustrating here, and we can share links to the science resources on this very fact that unstructured a bit crazy, as we call it, scenario helps in opening up people for collaboration and sharing their ideas.
Yeah,
So thanks
no, I think it'd be great. And then one thing just to show you guys how, since Bart was able to share his screen real quick, if you let me kind of take control, Bart, so you'll see, guys, I can now, even though Bart's sharing his screen. Oh no, you share your screen, Bart.
Yeah. One more thing.
Yeah, so Bart can share his screen, but since I'm inside the project, I'm actually going to guide moving around. So I'm the one. So
go ahead.
As I zoom in here, you're going to see it zoom in. So the question was earlier, well, how can you share? Well, if you are going to share on your phone or your iPad here, this is kind of the view. You will basically select this record button, and then it's going to give you this option, and you'll just select whatever meeting tool you have, and you just hit start broadcast. So I believe that's, is that what you're doing now, Bart? Or are you using the web right now?
I'm actually using cable, but we covered how you can broadcast using Zoom, as you're pointing right now. So this is also something we covered.
Yep, so that's how I do it with my mobile devices. And then again on here, this is my desktop here that I'll circle in yellow. When I'm doing this, it's exactly what Bart just showed you here, which is you just kind of go, I'll move my video out of the way. You're just going to the website. But again, right now, Bart's not moving any of this around. Even though this is his screen, I'm able to zoom in, zoom out on my own. I think that's very powerful as well, because sometimes, as long as you have one person that has the kind of like the setup to share their screen and move things around, you can have other people that can be working from just walking outside, or working from a park, or working from maybe the airport, and just on their phone or iPad. So I think that's kind of the ability to kind of move around the screen and have someone else share their perspective. They don't necessarily have to share their screen. So I think that's a very powerful way, again, to just guide the conversation, and again, Bart's allowing me to share my perspective and talk. I'm not waiting or asking for Bart to move things around the canvas. He's just sharing his screen, and I'm bringing up whatever I think is relevant in the conversation. And so just think of it as a teacher, consultant, that's very powerful.
It is, and you're guiding me through the materials on the canvas, but let us illustrate one cool trick, because Regan can continue with his story, and let's say I'm more interested in the use of his phone here. I can always use my own perspective. And you can see that I use now the special ninja mode that we shouldn't talk about yet. It is a very cool trick for now to kind of like change my perspective as a viewer or participant. And I can, yes, as you did, I can cut out this phone here just to ask a question about this in a visual form, right? I just used piece of your material here. And Regan could like be on slide number 2 and changing perspective for other participants of the call, yet I can go outside of his perspective and use materials to ask questions like, oh, what's that for? What's that for? To discuss this later on. So that's quite different from a scenario where you're just broadcasting your screen to the participant on a conferencing solution, because they can just watch, but they cannot work with you as we are doing. Now you see Regan moving additional element. What's that, Regan? Is that headset?
That's my headset.
Okay.
So yeah, I think that's probably, again, it's a good question. I think more people will be very happy. Everyone has a smartphone. Just get a nice headset. I got this headset for $30 on Amazon. Always when you're searching for headset, I search for trucker headsets, because trucker headsets are good at canceling out noise, and they're usually cheaper than like the real expensive ones. So I get a trucker headset, connect it to my phone, and you're gonna have a better audio experience. And then just rely on your devices for sharing the screen or viewing the screen. But that's a great way to show how we can work in real time. And yeah, maybe as you're talking to everyone, you're working, you can see here, I actually created a new slide as you were talking, and put that PDF that I showed before.
Oh yeah,
but you didn't even see me do that.
I didn't, but now I can move to slide number 2 and see this PDF coming up for me. So this is very powerful. Regan, thank you for sharing this with us. I think we went far with this scenario. I hope it was not intimidating for those that are just watching. But we usually, when we connect, we do crazy things with whiteboards because we love it. I mean, this is the freedom of engaging in a discussion using any digital media that you have at your fingertips. So thank you for demonstrating that with me today. And I hope that for others, it's going to be an inspiration to not to be afraid of those digital meetings and supporting them with visuals, because you can, and there is a technology to do that.
Yep.
Thank you.
My pleasure, guys. Take care. Stay safe and clean. Take care.
You.
Bye. Thank you.
Too. Thanks.
All right. That was something.
Yes, that was quite a bit. I mean, it was intense. And if you look at it from the perspective of someone that never used those tools, it's like, whoa, what's going on?
Yeah, the openness of Explain Everything gives you so many possibilities. It can get crazy. If you want to see crazy things happening on Explain Everything, see our webinar on surprising things. We mentioned it before here. So, but yeah, it is available there. So many cool things you can do. Rolling dice, chessboards, and etc. Collaborative chess. I don't remember the name of those blocks.
Let me find it here. I think I covered that some time ago.
So while you do that, I figure out, thanks to the help of the amazing Explain Everything team, how to import your project to a web version of Explain Everything, and let's see if it works.
Okay, so I'll stop my screen share.
I haven't tried it, so yeah.
Do it live. It's always better that way.
Let's do it live. Yeah. Let me just switch to, so we don't end up. All right. So that was the question we had from before. Regan's introduction.
You want coffee, by the way?
Oh yeah, thank you. Where I'll just share my screen, find my Google Chrome. Yeah. So I'll check if okay. So previously we downloaded a project from, so that kind of answers also the question that someone asked in the chat, which I saw, but don't remember who that was. How other teachers can share projects between themselves. So by default, you can download each project that you have a link to. The owner can disable this downloading permission, but once a teacher or someone else uploads a project and gives you the ability to download, if you have the link to that code, you'll be able to download the project file to your device, or to your device. So, and once we have the file, and we are using the Explain Everything on a laptop or a PC computer or a Mac, and we are using the web version on, I'm using Chrome right now, and we have a file on our device. So right now I'll just hit the new project here, and as it loads, there are going to be three options to create a new project. So a blank whiteboard will start as usual, a blank whiteboard, no stuff there. A template will allow me to choose a template and start from a template. And a file will allow me to select the file and start from it. So I'll select the file, since I want to import the file, project file, to my Explain Everything. And now, here's an example project that I've prepared before. So now I'll be able to select that and click open. And thank you. So, and here's the project that we've prepared before Regan, right? And it automatically opens up the cloud settings so that it is available online, since we're using whiteboard in the cloud and on the web version of Explain Everything. So I'll just click save, and right now I can just start editing the project that I've got from, say, Google Classroom, Shobi, or something else. And so right now I can just, do the stuff that I was meant to do. I'm not sure which camera is on. I think this one. So yeah, that's how you do it in the web version.
Fantastic. That's a good illustration. Thanks for that.
All right.
And as you see by number of espressos we got so far, it has to be like 6 hours of our stream, is it not?
Pardon? Sorry, I was
judging by the number of espressos we already have, it seems that we're live for at least 5 hours.
Yeah, it seems
right?
like 1 cup per hour, though I have some, I had some more. All right. So I've seen another question, because our next guest comes in about.
Oh, we have time. We have time.
Oh, so Greg is at 2. All right.
So we have more than an hour.
Right. Is it?
Yes. Yeah. We have an hour and 10 minutes before before Greg Voisin joins us, and then we'll have a conversation with Rashan an hour later before we close our stream. So it's still.
So we have an hour and 10 minutes. Okay.
Yes. So it's still. If you have questions, please post them to the comment section of YouTube, or you can tweet us. You can use our group on Facebook. We have solid 3 hours to go through your questions, and we won't leave any question behind today.
Can I have one roll, please? No. That was Mariana. That's our friend from ExplainEverything. I can believe you are all doing a marathon. This is incredible. I have learned a lot. We're happy to do that, and thank you for coming. And it's a pleasure for us that you all folks came and because we want to learn more about ExplainEverything, and that's what we love about this. So
we're also learning. We're trying to see if this format is actually useful for teachers and people that want to use whiteboard, let's say in their professional capacity, because it's a different take. We used to provide webinars. We provided quite a lot, about 35, 40 webinars during last 6 months. And we often, recently we discovered that we're not able to answer every question posted on webinars. So I can tell you, we checked the statistics, and last time during an hour, we answered more than 80 questions. So there was like live illustration going on the canvas of the whiteboard that I did together with Rashan, while Kuba was answering question on a chat. And it was so crazy with so many participants that we decided, okay, let's see if the live stream makes more sense. So please share your comments, how this format is working for you. We're happy to, find best way to explain everything.
Yeah, we kind of, it's kind of, we understand that this is, because we've talked about it briefly before. Oh, there was an error when I was trying to send I'm gonna get disconnected from, yep, all right. So hopefully you're okay with the internet. All right.
This is what we're transmitting.
Okay, great. Yeah, okay, I got back to the chat. So we kind of briefly mentioned that before, that ExplainEverything kind of allows you to do a lot. And this is if there is a takeaway that you should one thing that you should take away from this whole thing, 10 hours, is that just start simple.
Don't explain everything.
Yeah. The introduction from Tony was just on point.
That was great. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Don't try to explain everything at first go. Yeah. Take it slowly,
start
step by
simple.
step.
Yeah.
And Gavin, he shared the same thing, right? When he's helping schools and teachers to use those those technologies and those practices, he takes them step by step, learning one thing, applying one thing, getting comfortable with one thing at a time. So you can try to do the same.
Yep.
But the holy grail, what you can do is you can engage with people remotely during the social distancing time. It makes a lot of sense to do that and extend your virtual meetings with a whiteboard, as Reagan shared with us. And what I like a lot was this illustration with Ronnie, how he actually sees the benefits of remote teaching, not only shortcomings, because there's a different bandwidth of what you can provide to your class when you're using a remote setting. There's also a benefit from being remote, and what he shared resonates with me very well. I like that.
Yeah, there definitely is a benefit, right? And we see that so clearly right now that this is just making our life easier. And like, if could you imagine the situation happening like 20 years ago?
Oh gosh.
Yeah, that would be
there would be no teaching, almost no teaching. I mean, there would be some, but technology is here to help us. And we never suggested that what we're doing, the technology that we provide, is a replacement for person-to-person communication or teacher to class. It's not, but it's a very suitable substitute if you're forced to provide remote teaching, right?
Yeah, yeah. So there's a question in the chat, just joining the chat. So happy to have you here, Anne. I've tried a couple of simple videos for my classes, but I'm wondering if there's a way to make the sessions live and to have students ask questions along the presentation. So we've shown that a little bit earlier today, and we've shown exactly step by step how to do that, how to prepare live conferencing session so that your students can join, and so you can share your whiteboard as a view, so they don't end up on the same whiteboard. I guess we've promised to show how to set up collaboration.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's a good pivot to that topic. Yeah. So just to briefly summarize what we covered so far when we spoke about live engagement and remote teaching with the use of conferencing tools. So we covered quite a lot of ground here, speaking about options you can use when using conferencing solutions to broadcast your whiteboard to the audience, starting from a very simple one where ExplainEverything is used together with conferencing app, and we use Zoom here in this example, from one device to share your screen as I am sharing now to YouTube to provide visual instructions to participants, in this case, students joining the Zoom session. And then we spoke about more advanced options. Option number one, where teacher can use two devices. That's a computer, that's tablet, running Zoom and having students connected to the Zoom session. But because of the use of two devices, teacher can have more control over what is broadcasted over conferencing solution, because whiteboard provides, the screen of whiteboard is provided to the participants, but on the computer, teacher can use front camera just to show himself and have a good control of what's happening on the chat to engage with student that way. And there was a variation of the same option where Zoom was used on one computer and ExplainEverything on a tablet. And there was this line here means that the tablet is connected with a cable and screen of the tablet is shared to the computer, and then it's relayed through the conferencing solution to the participants. So we covered that, and it's all about broadcasting your whiteboard. Those scenarios are scenarios for broadcasting your whiteboard on a conference call. And now we're going to move to a different scenario, to the scenario of having a collaborative whiteboard. So that's the second scenario we're going to cover now. And it's a different from the first one, where you use conferencing solution as, well, it's different in nature. It allows for small groups of students to work together, and it's not something you can have when you're just broadcasting a whiteboard through the conferencing solution. So even now when we're broadcasting this live, this is kind of like a one-directional information transfer. I want to share you my screen. It's not necessarily an exercise we do together. It's not a brainstorm. It's just I'm providing you some visual illustrations controlling the screen of my tablet when I'm using ExplainEverything. But in this scenario, this is a scenario where you actually want to engage with participants because there's a group exercise, there's a group project that needs this engagement, this to allow other participants to use the same set of tools as you see here on the left side of my screen. So others not only watch me going, but also can create, add objects, and essentially work together on the screen of the canvas. So let's do something real cool. We'll open up a session for you so you can kind of like experiment with us, joining us to the canvas of our whiteboard. So here's what I'll do, and this is something that can help you when you try to replicate this scenario with your Explain Everything. I'll start with tablet, but we can show you how to do this from computer as well, from the web version of Explain Everything. But on tablet, this is quite simple. You have option here to start new project, but that will be a project, local project on your device, which you can take, of course, to the cloud and open it for others. But I'll start with this option invite here, just to create a cloud project to begin with. And I'll choose template this time in order to have, let's say, a Blackboard. Why not? So what is taking place now is that new project is created. Maybe I should not make it black. Maybe it should be white. I'll show you why in a second. I'll just bring in some materials that I have stored here that works good with white background. So that's my cloud project. White on white does not work great, so I'm going to fix it. So that's my cloud project for you to experiment with. And you can actually connect to this cloud project from your devices using the code that you see here. So there are two ways you can connect to this project. One is that you can open Explain Everything and use code BNA UUSGN. The other option, so that's option 1, how to connect. Option 1, option 2. So option 1, use code in Explain Everything. Option 2 is that you can connect by using this address, where we have this short domain that is handy when you try to share just a short link to the section. And there's this code, so that's the same code. And that's the option number 2. Just use this in the browser. Use in the browser. Use following link in the browser. So for instance, if you have users, if you have participants, you want to engage with participants that don't have Explain Everything installed on their devices, they just want to engage with you using their browsers, you can ask them to join the session by just using this code. And there's a quite important information. If you're opening project as I do, so this is my cloud project. Under invite button, you have options to restrict access to the project. And for now, I don't impose any restrictions. So everyone that will use this code can join. And Kuba, if you could try this as well.
Yeah, I was just replying to the chat questions, but they are in regards to recording.
Okay.
We'll cover some of that later, since we are in the middle of collaboration.
Yes,
but
that's collaborative group projects we're covering.
I think that's a question that some people might find interesting to answer, because in regards to slide recording. So
we'll why don't we cover that question in this collaborative project?
Oh yeah, sure.
So that could be a good demonstration. So here you have the code.
Yeah, I see it.
All right. So what you see now here in the top right corner, there's this explainer that connected to us. I think it's Kuba. If you're using
that's not me.
Okay, that's someone else. Hello and welcome to Explain Everything. So here's Explain Everything user. I guess that's Kuba, right?
Yep.
Okay, so there's 3 of us. There can be more. That's fine if you want to connect. We won't be, offended if something goes wrong and you move something around, because you can. You have all of those tools, as you see here. So let me respond. Hi, welcome.
As you probably will see, there's a delay between the stream and what's happening on in Explain Everything, because, well, we're streaming and that's a delay, just so you know. So yeah, so let's try and answer the recording question.
All right. Okay.
So
can you put it to the canvas?
Yeah.
So we're demonstrating live how it works. Let's say we're brainstorming around this question, right? That you got.
But okay, so let's do it that way. Okay, I'll just take a screenshot of that and send it to my iPad. Share. AirDrop. And there we go. And
so I'll just explain here. We're actually broadcasting screen of my iPad, but in this scenario, you don't need any additional tool to have, let's say, conversation with other remote participants. Because if you look here, my microphone is actually muted in Explain Everything, but I can unmute this and then all participants on my sessions will hear my voice. I won't do this because we're transmitting this live. However, you can. And by this, if you share the connection link and you have participants, you can have a conversation while you're whiteboarding together.
So this is the question. I'll close the.
Yes.
This is the question. If I'm creating screen recording,
and I can slide.
Will that be included in the recording as well? So that's a tricky question, because and we know that it's a kind of tricky to understand, but once you get it, it's very simple. Because see, the way Explain Everything recording works, because you see it records everything and it's very fast, and then you can edit it on the fly. It's, if you try to do like the editing work the same way in a video editing software on your iPad, you would see that this takes a lot of time to pre-render the video, to adjust and so on. And in Explain Everything, it works instantly. So you just edit the timeline, you just change something in the recording, mix it, it just works instantly. So you don't have to wait for it to do all the stuff, which comes in like professional video editing software. If you don't have experience with that, you just take our word for it.
And therefore, it is designed in a way that makes your recording super simple when you're just moving with your slides, when you're changing slides.
So right, so getting the changing slide question. So Explain Everything records what happens on your canvas. It doesn't record your screen. It records the interactions on the canvas. So your canvas is the space that the things are going on the canvas. And once you press record, Explain Everything will start capturing the interactions you do on the canvas with the elements and items on the canvas.
So let's say you started recording on slide number 1, right?
Right.
So you'll have X, Y, Z seconds of recording on that slide, right? And in the slide sorter, you see my slide sorter in the bottom right. I can add more slides, maybe later. But you'll see here on the bottom of the slide the length of the recording. So what happens when you switch slide?
Right, and then, so for those on the web version of Explain Everything, you have to stop your recording before you switch slides. That's the, on the web version, that's how it works. But on the apps, Explain Everything apps on mobile devices, once you switch slide, the recording on the current slide ends and starts new recording on the new slide, right? So you can, the easiest way of me explaining that is that these are not really slides, these are scenes.
Okay.
And each of those scenes has its own recording. So, which means you can freely rearrange the scenes, but you cannot go back and forth between slides and expect your recording to be just one interaction between those slides, because each slide has its own recording timeline, has its own timeline, its own recording. So we can think of it as scenes, and that's how we recommend to do. So that's I guess that's the easiest way for me to explain that. And
okay, so that means you'll have, when you switch slide, let's say you were on slide number 1, right?
Yep.
And you create a new recording, and then you add a new slide and you moved to the second slide. The recording is still continuing, but you'll see that Explain Everything will keep a separate recording on the slide number 2. Right. And if you move to slide number 3, there's going to be a new recording here as well, right?
So the question you might have is, what happens if I go back?
Right.
Yeah. So
what happens?
Yeah, if you go back, Explain Everything will add more to the recording in the previous slide. Okay. So it will not, it's not continuous. It adds to the recording that was previously there. That's why they are separate. That's why we say they are separate. That's why we think of them as scenes and so on. So if you want to, we often get questions like, so how do I keep it continuous? So how do I make it so that I can get back to some information that I provided before and not get locked in those scenes? So in these situations, we recommend to just stick to one slide, or yeah.
Well, that's one way of doing this. But if you really, really want to use slides and move between slides, you still can do this.
Yeah.
Should I? Because it's a bit advanced trick, but.
You mean like duplicating slides and then?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you have this pre-planned, which is not, how we, how we marketed it, but yeah, you can do so. If you have like a pre-plan of how those slides are going to work, you can just insert the copy of the previous slide on the next slide, right?
Let me show this. So yeah. I'll leave the cloud project for now. I'll create a new one.
I'll get some water.
Okay, and okay, I'll start recording. Oh gosh, I'm broadcasting this iPad of mine. Maybe I can make it work. Sorry. So sometimes there's a conflict between applications, but I don't need to use Zoom for now. Okay, so now it works. So one more time. I start new project, and let's say now I'm going to use different color for my slides. Oh yeah, yellow would be good. So as I start my recording, right? And this is a slide number 1. Now I add new slide. This is a slide number 2. And now I would want to use my slide number 1 again. What I have to do is to stop my recording. As you see, I have 2 slides here. I can take slide number 1, as I do here, and I can duplicate it without recording, because I want to use it as a slide number 3, right? There's a mistake that I just made, because I made, oh no, that's okay, sorry. Just got confused a bit. So that's the copy of my slide number 1, right? I can move it, rearranging the slides. So it's actually slide number 3. So that's the situation. And you see that I have 9 seconds of recording on slide number 1, 10 seconds on slide number 2, and I have another copy of slide number 1 without any recording. That means I can continue my explanation on slide 3. Now it's slide 3, just by pressing record. And now I'm reusing contents of slide 1 when showing you the new things on slide number 3. Stop the recording, and that's exactly what you can do if you actually need to go back and reuse pre-existing slides with recording. You can make their copy, removing the recording and use it as a new slide. I hope that it does make sense.
Yeah, it does. It does. So Yvonne just said it much better than I did. So it will append to the scene of the slide number 1 if you go back. Yes, that's how you should say that. I guess 6 hours of the live stream can just.
Yeah, it does something with our brains. So,
so and there is a question about, is there a control on the moderator? So that's not related to the recording anymore. So we've gone through that. Hope that answered the initial question of how recording works and Explain Everything. So let's get back to the collaborative session.
Yes.
So
I'm back on this collaborative project again. So
is there a control on the moderator end to allow participants to ask questions live if they connect through their web browser? So Explain Everything features a live chat inside of the whiteboard. So what you do is just unmute the microphone, and the participants can. Yeah, I think I have sound on.
Of course. Somewhere. Hello, stranger.
Yeah. And then the participants can ask questions, though you have no control over it right now. With the new version that's coming soon to the iPads first, we'll introduce more control over what participants can and cannot do. But you can just, you can enable, ask them to turn on their microphones, and they will be able to ask questions live there. Though I'm not sure if that's what you're going for, because I assume you are broadcasting a whiteboard in the conferencing software, right?
So that's the other scenario that we already covered. Yes.
Yes. So that was what we've talked about previously.
What we're going to do later when we close our session is we're going to append the description of this live stream on YouTube with minute-by-minute list of the things that we covered. So it will be relatively easy for you to find the moment in time when we discuss broadcasting and options you have. And we hope it's going to help those that joined us now and not 5 hours ago when we started, 6 hours ago.
6 hours. But getting back to that, I'm not sure for how long have you been on this webinar. I assume you were not here from the beginning, but we've covered that, how to set up, Explain Everything, screen sharing in a conferencing software, conferencing app, so that you can interact with your students with a chat, for example. But if you want to stick to Explain Everything, yes, because that was your second question. Or can participants only type in their questions as I am on the side? I mean, probably slide.
Well, you can try that actually. If you want to ask us question through Explain Everything whiteboard, you can connect to our session, and this is a connection code. And you have two options. You can use the code in Explain Everything, or you can access this canvas using this link here. And once you connect, because it's open for everyone, as you see there are some users with us, you can ask questions like, take this tool here, that's the text object, and you can type in your question, and here, put your question. Yeah, you can do it that way, and I can, let's say it's an important question, so I want to have a red background, and you can put those questions on a canvas, and then we can like explore different solutions to those questions and provide you with answers. So you can try that, or you can use the pen tool just to write your question using your stylus or pen that you're using.
Right. So that's how we can interact on the whiteboard. If you want to have this sort of question asking scenario, though, I think it would be more convenient to use the chat if you're broadcasting. And the question is, and if you broadcast your session, can you record that live session for participants to view again later? So Yes. I mean, the short answer is yes. The longer answer is you can do that in both. Say Zoom offers recording for subscribers. If you have their pro plan, you can record those things. The whole screen sharing session and then have it as a file. And ExplainEverything also allows this if you just press record and then record the collaborative session event.
But it's different in nature.
Yeah.
And that's important because what ExplainEverything captures is not frame by frame what happened on the canvas. It's rather manipulations of objects. And it's best to illustrate that since we have one person with us and you're on the canvas as well, Kuba.
Yep.
So maybe let's illustrate this with a short crash derby session. We did this on one of our canvas, and that was actually stunning. So what I'll do is I'm going to prepare canvas.
So that is a great opportunity to answer Dalton's question, where he asks, there's an editing feature in Windows Movie Maker that I love, where I could just delete parts of the video footage it just at the start and the end. That's trim. Can I do this with ExplainEverything? So we'll cover that in a second. Can you turn off the Ninja Zoom so you can move my screen there? Oh, there we go. Awesome.
Okay, right. So what I'm doing here is that I'm preparing 3 cards for our Crash Derby illustration that will show you how recording in ExplainEverything works. Okay, and as you see, I'm moving a green car here, and Kuban, right, he's using this car over here. And there's one more person connected with us. So if I can ask a participant, anonymous participant, to move this red car here, that would be great help. And what we can do now is we can start recording and create kind of like a simulation of a terrible crash that will happen with those cars. So I'll press record here, and maybe I can record audio as well.
There's going to be an echo, sorry for that.
Sure. And now we see cars going around, and what happens is a terrible crash happened. Oh my God. Sorry for that. I got carried away. But let me show you what is the result. So the explainer moved the red car here. I'll mute my microphone. We don't need it anymore. I can rewind and play back this entire animation. Let me do that. And it plays for all participants. And now we see cars going around. What happened? That terrible crash happened. Oh my God. Okay. But that's not the end.
That's what happens if you stream for 6 hours straight.
That's what happens on live YouTube stream all the time, right? In a 6th or 7th hour. So what we want actually to happen is that we can improve this terrible moment when those cars collided, and we can, let's say, because I added color to them, this is like another layer to those cars. I can ungroup this. Ungroup everything. So as you see, those colors fell off the cars, and we can press record again and increase this animation by additional movements. So Kuba, why don't we do that?
Sure.
You ready?
Yeah.
Because we're manipulating those cars together while we're recording. So I'll hit the recording. And oh my God. So I muted myself. So there is just one audio track, as you see, but there is more added to this animation. So let me play it back so we see the result of 2 takes. First one where we just collided, and the second one where we peeled off the color of the cards.
I wonder why the iPod's playing my audio.
This is already a good result. But we need some smoke, right?
Yep.
And some fire. So let's rewind again. I'll prepare my red pen and hit record again. So are you ready, Kuba? Don't worry about this. Don't worry about this. Let's add some drama to the scene. We need some fire. So I'll record again. Oh, I was too late. Sorry.
That's okay.
You added something, yes. Okay, yeah. But I'll do it one more time, and this time I'll prepare better. Okay. So that's this. So I'll rewind again to second number 2. Record. Of course, we can add more to it, but it's now you get the point. What is recording with Explain Everything? You can do it.
So yeah, and now it's a great moment to answer the question about trimming. So you see that at the beginning, you probably heard me saying that something went wrong at the beginning. I think we don't want that. We want to start just there. I don't know if, oh yeah, people can see that. That's awesome.
Yes.
So I think it would be better to show the menu and selects. So we want to trim the beginning and the end of this whole recording. So Bart just selected the selection, and now it's selected the part of the timeline.
Right.
And it's, well,
I'm going to remove that.
Yeah.
And by this, trim our recording. So I'll use this function here and see how it begins.
And now we see cars going around.
Maybe let's start with cars going around. So I will select this first frame here and trim it again. And it will begin with
cars going around.
So, and
it's a horrible scene.
And we could, yeah, and I could delete it as well. So I'll just remove the later part. Oh, you don't. That's another thing. Okay, we just found out something. Because you didn't have the compact, right? Setting. Did you have it?
I don't know.
After you selected, try selecting once again.
Okay.
The end. Oh, you do have.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
because okay, so let's select this one. Because the other one just removes the it removed the beginning too. Okay, sorry.
It works just great.
Yeah. So I'll delete it. So I can do this as well. But you see there's an empty recording at this point of time. I don't know if you see that. You don't. Okay. So
we don't. No,
that's
okay.
Fine.
It's all fine.
So I'll just delete and compact that. So now it works. Okay.
So as you see, this is a different recording in nature than what you can do with conferencing solution. You can stack layer by layer different effects, and this is a crazy scenario. And sorry for that. We're just streaming for more than 6 hours, so we went a bit crazy. But you can think about, let's say, explaining a document or providing a lecture using set of materials, and let's say you use highlighter, and this highlighter was pointing to the different thing that you wanted because you made a mistake. You can repurpose your recording that way by using these editing features that we see here on the bottom of the screen in the section we call timeline. But in collaborative setting, if you're trying to do the recording, it makes sense for, let's say, video summaries, short explanatory animations as the one here that explains how horrible this crash really was. But we would not advise to use it for, let's say, storing an entire lecture that is an hour long with people connecting, because what happens is that actually the access to the session is locked if you press recording, because it is recording, and there is an information for new participants that want to connect that sorry, recording is currently ongoing, so you have to wait until it stops.
Yeah. So yeah, this is great if you want to, summarize something. Well, recording is more of like a single player feature, we would say, but it is possible to record collaboratively, as you can see here. But it's great for summaries. It's great for short interactions, and if you want to just capture the thing that's really important in that particular moment of time. So there's a question from the chat. How did you paint the car so quickly?
Okay. Let us show it, because we use one tool that we haven't covered so far. So this is a bucket fill tool. So I'll add one more car here. So that's a car. So I took a car and I choose this tool here, where I can select color and just fill the closed area. And because this is a closed area, I was able to fill it. So I can do this and that and that, but I won't be able to fill, let's say, this shape here because it's not closed. If I use this, there'll be, oh, sorry, that's the tool. There'll be information, oh, sorry, please close the shape so you can fill it. And then, yeah, you can kind of like close it like this, or maybe with this tool. You can close it like this and then fill it with, I'm still missing buttons, and then fill it with yellow color. You can. What is really tricky is to understand what's happening, because we're not actually filling the shape. We're adding additional object on top of existing shape with this this yellow color here. So you can actually, using inspector tool, ungroup those elements, and you can see that these are new elements added to the canvas. So you can actually think about doing this.
Yeah, that's like a pro tip. Yeah. But there's another way to fill your objects with color too when using a draw tool. Actually.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's a good thought. So when you're drawing something, and I'm drawing now using the draw tool, you have an option just here to fill. Oh yeah, that's fatigue. Thank you. To fill shape with colors, so you can instantly, without switching tools back and forth, fill area with color, and it's going to be the background color of your tool. As you see here, I'm using black, and I'll choose red as a fill colors to demonstrate that real quick. So let's say I want to have a red rectangle with black outline. I can do it like this. Now I can have blue rectangle with yellow outline. Okay, so pen tool ready, done, and it's super fast.
Yep, and it kind of closes the drawing for you, and it makes very quick and simple. So Tiara also asked, can you have multiple little recordings next to different things on the canvas so your students who needs the support or scaffold? I assume you mean the videos you insert to the canvas, right? Because that's how I imagine that. So you want to insert multiple videos, right?
We can demonstrate that.
I think, but I'm not sure whether that's the case, or if you want to have multiple recordings within the project, because you can also. Oh, so before we try to do that, can we answer the question first? How can you show how to group and ungroup things?
Sure. Yes, of course.
So before we get the answer from here.
So I'll go ahead and add 2 rectangles again. So that's the first one, that's second one. Let's say that's not a rectangle, but that's a nice shape. So those objects can be moved independently when I use the hand tool, but I can group them together by using inspector tool. So let's say I want to group those 2 objects. We're not speaking about multiple videos now, but a grouping. So that's grouping for you. So I can group those 2 objects by selecting them with inspector tool here and choosing the group option.
Oh, it's selected the text.
Yeah, I see that. So you can see the outline that is visible. I'll just add this screenshot of the tool so you can
actually when I watched it on the stream, this looks like 2 ghosts with eyes to the side, like, you know.
Yeah.
when you press on them, that looks kind of nice.
So that's the inspector for you, and what you need to do is to use this option here. So within within edit section of the inspector, use the group, right? So that's the inspector here. So I'm going to demonstrate it right now. I choose first and second object, and I choose group. And now, when I switch to hand tool, they move together. There is another way to do it, is that it's much faster, but almost no one knows about this.
Because it's kind of crazy.
It is kind of crazy, but it's super useful. So we had a great tip coming from Ronnie today, another one coming from Regan. So we will be having like a list of tips from that we provided during this live stream. That's the third one, and it's called triple tap. So if you look at the space where those two objects overlap, if you triple tap,
or triple click if you are using
yes, exactly, or triple click on them, they will connect or disconnect. So let me show you this real quick. This is a new object, and I want to connect it with those two objects. So all I need to do is to triple tap, and they are grouped together. I can triple tap and disconnect this one, triple tap again, and disconnect those two.
So since we are mentioning this gesture, we can also mention the double tap gesture for documents, because we've seen good reactions to that during our previous webinar when Rishan did it, and it was like,
absolutely.
So we can insert a picture of it or anything else. It's gonna work the same.
Absolutely. So let me show you. Here's a document. What is it? Oh, it's a document. Let's call it that way. These are the notes made in ExplainEverything, but never mind. This is a document that you would want to, let's say, double tap. What happens if you double tap such object? Let's see it again. I double tap it.
Right. So if you are moving things with the hand tool, it usually happens on the touchscreen devices, because with hand tool, you're using two fingers to kind of reposition it, and it often gets skewed a bit. So if you want to make it straight really fast, you just double tap and it will snap to the right angle.
There is one cool trick that we can show you with Inspector. You can actually restrict rotations by using this lock section of Inspector, where you can have where you have different options. I can lock rotation for this document, and once it's done, when I reposition this document, as you see, it would not rotate. And I'm trying to rotate it with my fingers. You can see this by those two dots on the document. It still does not rotate because it's locked. And I can restrict movement by, let's say, here, scale. So now this document would not scale, even if I try to do that, or would not rotate. And this is quite nice. If you, let's say, want to provide lecture in a more structured way, I will unlock rotation, but I will lock horizontal movement, because let's say I would want to provide my students with information in a way that I'm scrolling this across the screen. So that would be the situation. I want to scroll it across the screen like this. And you see, this is a nice movement that is more structured because we restricted the horizontal movement of this object. So we can play around with those options. These are very useful when, thinking about visual cues you can provide. There are so many ways you can use this.
Yeah, there is, like, we've seen examples of it, like historical timeline that's locked vertically. So it's just, you can just scroll it left and right. It's a great example too. So let's go back to the question about the video files inside of Canvas.
Oh yeah, I'm happy to. I'll just find a video that I can use.
Let's record a new one, or audio, because you can do that in ExplainEverything too, right?
Okay, so you would want to use on a canvas video created on the canvas.
Well, we can. I mean, it's possible. So It depends. So for those who are watching you, if you have already video, already audio file, you can insert it to the canvas and it works the same. What we're going to do is we're going to create the video inside of Explain Everything just to show that it is possible to do.
Okay.
And it will work the same. Well, the video file you create inside of Explain Everything, or this one that you pre-recorded, is going to be, and is going to work the same.
Okay.
So yeah.
So here's an illustration. I'm going to hit record. Hey everyone, this is my video on this great book, and I want you to read this and focus on a few things here and there. Oh, I blew it, but I can stop my recording and record again what I wanted to highlight. So I'll record again here, and perhaps with a different color there. Right? These are the notes that I wanted to provide in the form of a video. So I can now render this as a video. So I'll hit export here, and I'll just store it locally for now.
Oh, so that's what you're thinking. You see, Explain Everything has so many ways you can do that. But yeah, well, so we created a video inside of Explain Everything to put the video we've created in Explain Everything into another Explain Everything.
That's exactly what I'm doing. So you can actually create a video, and you can use this video inside of another scene in Explain Everything. So once it renders, and I have high quality settings, so it will take a few seconds. And once it renders, I will import it back to Explain Everything canvas, and I'll show you how you can create a video from the video you have.
Yeah, we're getting crazy now. So
yeah. But that's a good practice.
Yeah,
I actually use it quite a bit.
That you
to edit video and bring it back to Explain Everything for highlights and explanation, because that way, having a video inside of your canvas allows you to control time and playback of this video.
Right.
So you can pause it at the right time where you want to explain a certain phenomena, and resume it when you need it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's a quite cool trick.
Yeah.
I hope we're not going too crazy here.
I think not. I mean, because that's the main question was the ability to use multimedia files on the canvas, right? So I imagine that you create a project where you say, and this is one of the easiest examples we can come up with. So you insert a image file of a cat. So that was the example that was in the chat. And then you insert an audio file next to it so that someone who downloads the project can play the audio file when someone says in which someone says cat, right? So that it's a cat, someone says cat, and then next to it you can have like three how do you call this character? We call it floors in programming language. So the underlines. So there's a CAT to put by the kid, right? By the student, and that's the easiest example of that actually working and Explain Everything. Well, not actually working. That was a bad expression. So that working and Explain Everything. Yeah, I'm liking the crazy. Keep it up. Oh, we will.
Oh, we will. We still have a few hours to go. Yeah. Do you want to illustrate that cat example?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So let me just wrap up this one so we can see how we can use Explain Everything within Explain Everything, and then we can maybe.
I think I might need because I won't be able to do that on the web version since there's no.
You can use it on your, or you can use my iPad if you like. Okay, so let me just wrap up this example here. So I created this video, right? And I want to use this video inside of my project. So I'll use second slide for that. So I have this video on my first slide, but I have a second slide now that is empty, and I will bring in the video that just rendered. So that's the recent video.
Right. Yeah. Thank you very much. Underscore.
Okay. So as you see, this is a video of the first slide that is currently rendered as MP4 file that I brought back to the canvas on slide video. So for example, now I can press record and play back the video and provide instructions, pause the video when I need to in order to, let's say, emphasize some elements, let's say with this arrow, that I use to show something around. Then I remove this arrow. You see here, this X button, that's a delete tool. And then I resumed my video. And that's how you can bring in multiple videos, because I can now go crazy. We spoke about crazy, right? I can go crazy and let's say bring few videos to the canvas and play them even together if I'd like to, because there's this loop button here, right? So you have a set of videos, instructional videos that you can play together on top of your canvas. If it helps your explanation now, it's just a silly, crazy example to show you what the technology allows you to do, but you can think about using this with a different MP4s on top of your canvas, and you can move between those MP4s and pause them when you need for explanations. And if you'd like to render that as a video, you can. And that would be a video using video objects on the canvas of your whiteboard. Quite insane.
Yeah, and I'll show in a second how to apply that in a simple scenario.
Please do so. Okay.
So I just joined in with my iPad,
Okay.
and I'll try to share my Explain Everything screen with a new project, and hopefully this will let me record my audio because it's crucial. I'll try to share, start broadcast, and let me see if this works.
So you joined via the cable or the Zoom?
I just used Zoom. So you should be seeing my...
Yes, we see it.
Okay.
But just check if the recording works, because there might be conflict between those two apps.
I didn't use my audio. So what I want to have is I want to first include a cat. So I'll go to clip art and go here and say cat. Oh, car, no. Oh, let's use this one. It looks like a C. Let me just turn on taps and gestures for a quick second. So if you want your audience to see the what you're tapping on the screen, in set general and settings general, display on screen taps and gestures, turn on, and you can see those taps like that. It's great for Zoom conferencing so that your audience sees where you tap. So we have a cat in the form of letter C. That's a great hint. So what we want to do right now is we want to add new audio. So I'll just press new audio. And this tells me that there's a new feature that you can drag and drop audio to your timeline. We're not doing that at the moment. So this is the control for the audio. Oh, I cannot move it, but I can press the small record button right here to start recording my voice. And what I want to record me saying cat. So I'll do just that, cat. And then I'll just press pause. And here's an audio file, which has its own play button and so on. So I'll just move this right here. And now I can press play. I won't hear myself, so cat. Oh, there we go.
Nice.
It works. So now I'll just draw 3 underscores. Thank you for... And this is my project. So let's say word recognition. There we go. And now what I can do, so if you want to use that project, you can do so. I'll just share it in a way that I'll copy to Explain Drive. And this will send the copy to my Explain Drive, and it will upload there. And I'll just go to the copy. It will take me there. So I can, oh, it highlighted the project that I just uploaded. You can see the cloud icon in the top right-hand corner of this thumbnail. And I'll tap on it, and I'll go invite. And now you see the project is private only. I'll change that. So anyone with the link can, now it says can view. I'll change that to download, view and download. Okay, so right now I can just share the link with you. And how should we share that? I won't be able to easily right now because I would have to send it to the chat. So I'll just airdrop this to my computer. There we go. And it will send to my computer and it opens up. And now I can send this link to the chat. So we can now download it from my account. And it's available for you too. So now, once your students, they get to this project and then they will be able to access that, they will be able to download that. And once they download it, right, let's go through that. So the project opens on my Explain Everything app. And now I can press record and I can play this. Cat. Okay, that was cat. And I can write down what I've heard. This is a cat. So, so just see, oh, sorry. There we go. And we can play that back. And I can play this cat. There we go. So that's how you, and you can expand this in many different scenarios. So this way, well, this shows how powerful and interactive Explain Everything can be if you want to share those kinds of interactive handouts or interactive projects for your students. So yeah.
Fantastic, nicely done. That's actually a great illustration. All right.
I'll just stop sharing right now. And there we go.
Okay, we have next guest coming in a few minutes. Is it possible for us to take one more question before we have Greg Voisin with us on a call? Let's see.
You have successfully cloned yourself a second time. Save that is perfect. Okay. Mind blown. Oh, we have to see. Yeah. It's a very, very, I mean, I really like this kind of example because it just shows how powerful this can be and how quickly you can do that. That's, well, once you get familiar with those sharing features, settings, and so on, and you will have more ideas about how you can provide this sort of instructions or this sort of projects to your students, you can just go crazy with this. And yeah, it kind of ties to the previous question we had about sharing your project with your students via Google Classroom, for example. You don't have to use those. If you send this link to your students and they have access to Explain Everything, so that and just send those kinds of activities to your students, and they can work on them on their own. So it would be great if you included a instruction. I didn't do that in this particular project, but usually first slide is static and the second one
chemical equations. Would you like to demonstrate that?
I'm not really great at chemistry, and we've done so much failing. As we posted some very wrong chemical equations on the our Instagram.
Come on, this is just a manipulation of objects, right?
Right.
So it's definitely possible. It's just, it requires a bit of skill and courage to demonstrate that. So maybe after the conversation with Greg, we'll be able to show you how to.
This is the recording of what's happening. The line on the top is our actions that happened. The line on the bottom, the track on the bottom, is voice track or audio track. So And we call those parts that are, those frame parts, we call them not tracks, but clips. All the track where we recorded clips around somewhere in the future for things that happen here, right? So we've shown you how to select a part of the timeline and delete that, right? With the delete or delete and compact. However, you can also edit the clips, which is kind of fun. I'm done. See that. And there's only A and T, right? Okay. So I didn't like the C. Let me scroll back here. I'll close the timeline, and I'll redo my C. Sorry, C. Well, it's worse than before.
Don't worry about it.
But it's not in time. But here's how you can edit those things, right? You can just remove that. Say I didn't like it at all. So I want to redo the whole part. So I'll just select the timeline again with the selection tool, and now press delete and compact here. So that's the tool. Now it deleted the whole thing. I can start over. So I'll press record again. C, A, D. Okay, there we go. And these are the new clips. You can see here that the audio clip is trimmed, and it has a split here because that's when I removed the recording and started a new one. So yeah. And what we can do with those audio clips that we don't like, say I didn't like this particular part of the audio that happened here. So I can, let me think how to do that. Because there are two ways you can do this. Say, okay, so just for the sake of showing that, because it's not optimal. What you can do is just select the selection, select the part of the timeline, and just hit delete. And it will just get rid of that. Let's undo this.
And
but we can also split clips so that this button will split the clip that are where the red playhead is. So this is the playhead. You press split, and it will create two separate clips from this audio at the bottom. So I'll scroll here, select split again, and now I have a clip that I can select and delete this way. So it's kind of a workaround, but just to show you how you can, mess with those. Yeah, and that's how you can edit things in the timeline that has been recorded. There are a couple more tricks. I don't want to get too deep into them since the main takeaway is start simple. But yeah, that's the good introduction for you to how to do that. Oh, by the way, did I mention that you can create GIFs?
Oh, maybe this is a very cool functionality. Maybe,
yeah.
Maybe we can cover that later on, as we do have another guest of ours.
Oh, great.
Could you stop screen share for
sure.
just a moment, and we'll come back to GIFs because this is a very cool functionality. And the way we want to provide you with exciting illustrations of what whiteboards are capable of is kind of like a different take of the topic, as we have our guest coming to us from the field of personal growth, and from that engages in conversation with different phenomenal, exciting writers and authors of books. Some of them come from the visual facilitation field, and that's the topic of our next conversation. Hey, Greg, can you confirm that you can hear us, see us?
I hear you just fine. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Great.
Fantastic.
I can actually turn on the video as well for the viewers.
Please.
If that works better. All right.
Yeah. Hey, great to have you. Great to see you. How are you?
Wonderful, wonderful. It's good to be on, and I'm looking forward to your questions, and hopefully the viewers, I can impart some wisdom regarding graphic facilitation and how this tool can be utilized that way for them with graphic facilitation.
Great. So for our viewers, just to provide them with some insights of what you're doing professionally, can you speak some more about the podcast, the Inside Personal Growth that I just mentioned before?
Sure. So there's been a podcast show called Inside Personal Growth, which focuses on business, wellness, personal mastery, and spirituality. And that podcast show started over 13 years ago, www.insidepersonalgrowth.com. To date, we've done 779 interviews with authors in the arenas of all of those genres. So when we did the podcasts with the graphic facilitators, I wrote a book called Hacking the Gap, a journey from intuition to innovation and beyond. But my journey started way before the book and having Michael Rohde, who's a sketchnoter, actually sketchnote the book. So I go back to the days when graphic facilitation wasn't being done as much digitally. You do see more of that happening today than you did. And then you and I were introduced, and we started actually taking some of the podcasts and experimenting with them on graphically facilitating those podcasts. And so David Sibbett, the whole community of graphic facilitators, or I should say sketchnoters, we kind of worked with both sketchnoters and graphic facilitators. They are really kind of the impetus that I think there's still a lot of opportunity for Explain Everything, and actually for people that have a passion toward sketchnoting or have a passion toward graphic facilitation to do that. So
right.
Does that give you a little bit of background?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that. So I'm your listener from quite some time now. So let's we'll share webpage insidepersonalgrowth.com with those that are watching us. Those conversations that you had span across so many years are quite interesting to follow. What you started to do is you started to illustrate them on your YouTube channel. So there's this visual layer to the conversation. Is that it?
Right. And actually, Explain Everything and you were really a big help to that, because we take those audio recordings and we give them to Explain Everything. And Bart and his team actually create those into moving visuals so that when people are listening, we also know that people are kinesthetic, they're auditory, and they're visual. We actually get all modalities of learning now. You see a lot of podcasts that are done, and you'll see split screen on something like this, like Zoom. And I decided to actually experiment with something to see whether or not listeners would engage with this. And it's relatively new to us, I have to admit. We only have 8 or 9 of them completed. But what I'm hearing as a feedback from both the person who is listening and watching this is that they really enjoy it, and they get a lot more in-depth learning from it, because obviously, the old cliche that a picture is worth 1,000 words is true, because you have the opportunity here now to actually listen to an author speaking about a segment of their book, or maybe they're talking about a very important point, and we are emphasizing what is going on, and you're pulling out the best of the best. I call them wise notes, because I really believe, many people listening to this probably remember we used to have these things in college. They were crib notes, right? And you would buy, instead of reading the whole book, you would just buy this little booklet that would synopsize a 300-page book down into 50 pages or something like that, right?
Right. Uh-huh.
And those used to be called Cliff Notes. I don't even know if they're still out there. But Explain Everything, in my estimation, is the Cliff Notes version of a book. You know, you obviously can't, in the course of an interview of 30 minutes or 40 minutes, get to every segment of the book, but it would be very easily to do if there were 2 or 3 questions from each chapter of the book that were the highlighted main points, so that you really got the points of the book.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. So, and it's not just to be, just to provide you with some more background. If you look at this visual representation of a conversation, it's not for everybody, I would say. This is a situation where podcasts are often consumed by those that are in motion, let's say running or commuting, but the visuals that capture the main points of conversations are useful or seem to be useful for reviewers of those videos, and you provide them, Greg, on your YouTube channel, right?
Yes, they can go to Inside Personal Growth on YouTube, and they can look at those and watch the 8 videos that are up there. We have a new one coming up on the last podcast that was done, and not every author participates in this, but the point is that these are a great way for people to learn how Explain Everything could be used as a result of an audio recording. So if there was a pre-recorded audio and somebody wanted to turn it into a graphic facilitation, your product makes it very easy for people to actually convert that audio recording into something that has a lot more significance. So I would highly recommend it. I don't know if you could go to either David Sibbett or Michael Rohde. It might give the listeners an example of, actually, if you went to Michael Rohde, you would actually find what I call the sketchnoting. I don't know how many people out there are sketchnoters that are listening to this, but there's a big upswing in people that are sketchnoting and wanting to learn sketchnoting. And it's my personal opinion that if you incorporated what Explain Everything has with your sketchnoting, obviously, if you have the right size, there's Doug. You can do
right.
Doug Neal.
Yeah. That's
and that's somebody who's really driven the sketchnoting community and has ways for you to actually learn how to sketchnote, right? But doing sketchnoting, whether you're going to do it on a whiteboard or you're going to do it, there's David Sibbett, because you've got David's written many books and is probably one of the, I'd say, grandfathers of graphic facilitation. I want to make a differentiation here because there is a difference between graphic facilitation and sketchnoting. Okay. Sketchnoting has its own unique style, and graphic facilitation is usually done in very large rooms where people are leading groups of people through. Obviously, in our times today, all of these businesses, because of COVID, are going to have to be using a tool like yours to bring people together to actually do sketchnoting or graphic facilitation. And it's a wonderful tool for them. As a matter of fact, you probably will find these advisors today using something like yours or something else to actually graphically facilitate a meeting. And with the recording ability and the way you have to be able to edit something, it really makes it so much easier for people to get a hold of that and reuse and use that material.
Right. So that's quite helpful. And I wonder, because we see more and more graphical facilitators using the tool these days, have you had any conversation with, let's say, David Sibbett, Mike Rohde, or others, where you discussed the opportunities that come with digital? Because I know those podcasts were recorded some time ago. I just wonder, was there a digital angle to your conversation with them about possibilities?
Both David and I guarantee you that Mike Rohde, because Mike is using much of the material itself. In other words, when you go to Mike Rohde, he is already working off of an iPad. David was, because he was a little bit older, was having to convert to go to an iPad and work off of that. But I know that his team and his people now are using tools to actually graphic facilitate over the internet. You would almost have to be doing that today.
Right.
It's also a great way to bring in diverse groups of people from maybe around the world that you wouldn't reach in other ways. So that's the other thing, is the opportunity to bring in lots of people into a meeting and build upon that meeting's content. Maybe because normally when you're doing graphic facilitation, it doesn't end with one meeting. There isn't this beginning point and end point when you're working on complex problems you're trying to solve with lots of people in your team, right? So
Right.
that, and I know for a fact that David, even if you go back to those interviews, because there's many interviews on there with David, that they were experimenting with various tools to do graphic facilitation on using either an iPad or some other means.
Fantastic. But I remember one conversation you had, and it was conversation with Rashawn. So we're just displaying this episode. That's a podcast 707, where Rashawn was creating a graphical recording of your conversation live when engaging into a podcast recording with you. Is that correct?
Yes, and actually that is up at Inside Personal Growth. You can see Rashad's recording there. If you want to show the listeners a sample of what Rashad did while we were on the phone, he actually graphically facilitated while I was doing the podcast. Now, I wouldn't take a neophyte at this and have them do that, because that's, pretty, I don't want to say complicated, but you certainly you wouldn't want to start off that way and try and actually do an interview and do the graphic facilitation at the same time. And I think Rashad did an amazing job of it when he did it. He even had said, well, they look a little like stick figures because you don't have time to turn them into anything else because it's live, it's moving quite rapidly. When you've been in a room and had graphic facilitation done, you realize that the people that are graphically facilitating, they're picking up the information from the participants in the room, and they're masters at actually being able to draw on the whiteboard and draw things out, but then they take more time to refine the drawings. And so it looks like more of a piece of art when they're done versus something where you've just kind of pulled all the pieces together, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
So I'll show a piece of that recording. I just found this on YouTube here.
There you go.
That's the screen. That's the recording that Rashawn provided to go together with your conversation with him and co-author of his book, Make Yourself Clear. And yes, you're right. It's not something to begin with. Rashawn is very proficient using the tool and the technique, but it shows that it's actually possible to do it that way. By the way, we'll have Rashawn on our live stream in about an hour, so we can, if those viewers that would want to ask questions about this specific use or others, you can post questions to the comment section now, and when we can ask those questions to Rashawn. I wanted to ask you, Greg, so what is it that you've learned from those graphical facilitators about the visual nature of providing explanation that way? Because I understand this is something that enhances communication, right? It supports understanding, and it's a tool that they choose in order to communicate. Is that correct?
Yes. I mean, what I've learned through the experimentation with this, just with you and taking the books, is that as we've continued to refine the process, the actual recordings get better and better and better. And they get better because we've been working as a team to actually pull out the best and learn how to create that. But going back to your question, your question was really around why. why would somebody want to do it? And the why is, you would think that it's very obvious. The why is, if I can see a picture of something, or I can put something in a visualization, coming back to us taking and doing mind mapping. Let's go back to that, because we're actually working with AOA, you and I, and AOA has a product that does mind mapping, and you've actually created a piece that you wrote about the steps in actually how people develop and create and get to the innovation of something. And what I love about this tool is that the first raw element of something, when you're actually sitting down and creating that, what could be very messy mind map, you literally could take that and do that right here, right? You can sit here and draw and explain and circle things and put in videos and whatever. Then you can take that to a mind map, and then you can move that from a mind map, as you and I have talked about, into literally a Gantt chart of things to do. You know, what is it that we have to do to actually achieve or execute on the ideas, as you say? So I think the inception is really explain everything. I think the next step could be something like AOA MindMeister, many of the mind mapping tools that are being used to do that. And then the third step is turning that into actionable items. What are the actionable items that people have to, the steps they have to take? In my book, Hacking the Gap, A Journey from Intuition to Innovation, I explain these steps, right? And I think the most important thing about the steps is that everybody has to understand that the easiest way to kind of jump that gap, as we're explaining here, is to use a tool like yours. And that's what really interested me about it, was you work with so many business people, entrepreneurs, teams, trying to develop something. They're trying to figure out ways to infuse the inspiration, which is the personal growth side, getting in touch with intuition, moving that intuition all the way to innovation, and saying, okay, we've taken an idea, a concept, or whatever, and we've been able, with the tools we have here, ExplainEverything, mind mapping tools, Gantt charts, to really develop it and see how viable that is. And that's, to me, what excited me about this whole process, was just the ability to digitize that.
Yeah, I'm with you on the same page, I believe, because I see whiteboards as a kind of like a thinking tool. So thank you for referring to this article that I created on this very topic, where we listed here in this article several tools, not only Iowa, but also others that are kind of like thinking supporting tools that are supporting creativity and basically process of finding solutions. So I'm actually on board with you and thinking about, you know, where this idea, what kind of software supports you when you're coming up with idea, and that could be the whiteboard, and what kind of software supports you later. And with uses of ExplainEverything in the school, we see that, you know, thinking is great expressed. It can be expressed by students when they try to explain their thinking when solving problems, where finding a solution to problem. But also thinking is, this is a powerful way to explain thinking if you're in a position of a teacher, to provide instructions that way, in a very authentic way that is supported with visuals. And now, as you said, those visuals are quite necessary to travel in the digital way because of the COVID situation that we currently have. Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. So thank you for that. We do have, I just took the screenshot of the cover of your book on hacking the gap. And I must admit, I do have a video, a whiteboard, notes created using the whiteboards from your book. So if you're okay with that, I'm happy to share those notes with those that are watching us. But what I encourage viewers to do is to check the book. It's on Amazon. You can easily get it. And of course, here's your podcast page inside personalgrowth.com. Tell me, Greg, one thing. How is it possible to record as many as 780? How many you have episodes currently? 785?
780.
780. Yeah. How is that possible? I mean, this is a lot of work.
Well, 13 years of work, if you divide it out by the number of weeks in the year, I think it ends up being a couple of podcasts a week. So it's just a persistency, tenacity, staying at it, finding the right authors. We have a great lineup of authors that just keep coming to us wanting to get exposure through the show. One of the last interviews was the Advice Trap with Michael Bengay Steiner. Then we did one prior to that with Tom Rath, his book on Eat, Move, Sleep, which sold just the one book. He has like 7 or 8. He's the guy from Gallup polls that's done all the work. And that book sold over 5 million copies, which in the book world, that's quite a success to do that. And I think what is great about it, when we say we cover wellness and we cover business and we cover personal growth and mastery and spirituality, it gives us a broad brush of all of these genres, which most business people have an interest in. They at least have an interest in business and wellness, right?
Right.
Maybe not spirituality, but the spirituality was because I have a master's degree in spiritual psychology, and that's what I wanted to do, was to bring a little bit more spirituality into the business world.
Right. What I find fascinating is that with such an extensive experience in this audio format of the podcast, you're still open for experiments with this visual side of things, and this is quite fascinating. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for sharing your perspective on benefits of visual storytelling, whiteboarding, and visual facilitation.
Yeah, and I would just tell your listeners who are on the podcast today to go check out Doug Neal. You had him up there before. Go check out Michael Rohde, R-H-O-D-E, and go check out David Sibbitt. They are probably the thought leaders in the field. So I always say, hey, look, go to the source where you're going to find it. You're going to find their websites to be fascinating, especially Doug Neal. He's up in Seattle. David Sibbitt is in San Francisco, and Michael Rohde is in Wisconsin. And all of those gentlemen are leaders in the field. They're accessible. They'd be easy to reach. They love your questions. They all three of them know about Explain Everything. They've been exposed to Explain Everything. And I think it would be awesome for some of your listeners to reach out to them.
Fantastic.
And to me as well. They can reach me at greg@insidepersonalgrowth.com. So if they choose to reach out and have any questions, I am open to taking any questions from any of your listeners anytime about how Explain Everything and how this can be used to kind of better facilitate them and the learning that's going on between them and their end customer or user or group or anything that they're trying to do. So
great, but make sure, for those that are watching us, make sure to check this great resource that you have on Inside Personal Growth. Those podcasts, I found them terrific. So please make sure to check out that. And if you would like to dig more, check the Hacking the Gap book, as it's quite. It was a tremendous read for me when I had my first review on this. So, Greg, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us today.
Thank you, and I really appreciate this. I'm going to hop back on your 10-hour event here. when does the event actually end? At 5 p.m. Pacific time?
Is that 5 p.m. in an hour and 30 minutes?
Hour and 30 minutes. Well, I'm going to jump out for a minute because I have another call, and then I'm going to go from there. But I love you, Bart.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Greg, for all you're doing. Thanks.
Okay, take care. Bye.
Bye.
Well, someone from the chat said that was so inspiring. So we're glad you liked it, because yeah, it seems like it was outside of Explain Everything perspective, but then yeah, it's a very much in this realm.
No, it's a different take we wanted to provide you, because Explain Everything is not only a software that is used in the schools, because if you think about it, the process of illustrating concepts, learning about things, and explaining things goes way beyond school and let's say university setting. This is something that we do all the time when we try to explain ourselves. We teach others, and this is just one illustration of converting a format where you have a podcast into more visual form, just to provide clearer illustration.
Right.
And the knowledge and wisdom that comes from those gentlemen that Greg suggested, Doug Neal, Mike Rohde, or David Sibbett, it shows that this is a format of communication that is used across different businesses, large and small, just to provide better communication between management and employees, between company and its customers. So I'm really looking forward how the forms of communication are going to evolve over time, because we see that we're becoming more digital. We use more and more images when we communicate, and Explain Everything is just one of the tools, but we wanted to provide you with this perspective. It's not only a tool that is used in the school setting, it's also a tool used even in situations like conversations and podcasts.
Yeah, and it's like, for us, we want to, I don't want to like speak for the whole company, but I feel what we are looking for.
You're part of it. Come on, tell us what you think.
But what we're looking for is that the solution that works for all learners. So regardless of if you are in a school, university, in a company, there is gonna be a time, and it's gonna probably in schools it happens more often. That's why the education kind of worked first, but you're gonna run into a situation when you want to explain something, and Explain Everything is gonna be your best friend. So
well put. Yes, yeah, absolutely. So this is something I shared in that article that Greg referred to, and it's actually something you experience yourself as well. Having a conversation with a person that was trying to solve a problem, and a piece of paper or whiteboard was necessary to draw and try to, by drawing, find solution for it.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, there's this classic movie scene where someone goes to the whiteboard and tries to, you see the shot when the person's trying to, figure something out, and this is the moment where they try to explain something and show it visually, and it is in movies it works so well because it's like this breakthrough moment.
Right, this aha moment.
Yeah. This aha. So, and why wouldn't it work in a digital setting? It works in a digital setting.
It actually does. I mean, I don't know.
It's not as movie, like.
Yeah, but that's life for you, of course. But to be very honest, when I tried to clear out my thinking, I use Explain Everything now. I used to use notebooks for that, and I had like a bunch of notebooks. But I went full digital with Explain Everything, because it's not because that we do this tool here and that's why we know it so well. It's because it doesn't work. So you can use this canvas to just explore concepts, save it, come back to it later, and you have the space to explore them. Mm-hmm. You're not constrained by the sheet size, let's say.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it takes a while to get used to, but I guess this is kind of, you're in the personal use. I guess you're in the forefront, right? Because I don't think that there are many people who do the notability is used very widely still. But
guides of notability are great. Yes.
Yeah. So I guess, well, yeah, explaining everything does so much more, but it kind of takes this urge to like I'm trying to gather my thoughts. So because what I'm trying to say is that noting something already takes a lot, drive to do, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And for your own personal, goals, you want to plan something out, you want to know something out. Most of the people don't do that, right? There are people who need to do that because they want to, organize their thinking better. They want to push it forward. They want to, think clear, and that's why they try to, know something and try to figure it out for themselves, because they know that they need to, find this right space and where they can gather all those thoughts, all those, thinking. And then it takes a while to like force yourself to do this every day, for example, or do this, consequently. So, and if you add this additional digital layer to that, it kind of gets a little tricky. But this is what how you can get there. This is how you can tap into this potential that wasn't there before digital tools, right? Sorry, it's getting very complicated right now, but don't worry.
But we're streaming for 8.5 hours.
Yeah, I think we can find the leeway here.
But I agree with you. And for me, it was so obvious at some point of time when I was doing those notebooks of mine, and I started to print pictures in order to put them to notebooks because I needed them.
Yeah.
It was so obvious. Okay, I need to go beyond just paper because it's just too time consuming, right? So I started to move my habits, and I started to do them on a canvas of a whiteboard. And of course, at the same time, we were just debugging our software. So it was a great opportunity to do those notes and just find bugs. So we provide software that is free of bugs at this point of time. But it's just, for me, capable whiteboard is a digital equivalent of paper. It allows you to do the same and go beyond what you could do with paper.
Right. Yeah. Well, it would be our hope for schools to switch from using notebooks to explain everything. That would be perfect. But we know how it works. So there are countries that haven't really started using technology in education just because they didn't want to, right? It's not that they couldn't, or they were just used to that, and it's okay, it's fine. Like, but they started switching, for example, like Germany, just the increase in interest of like digital solutions right now. That was great. The last year was crazy. So many.
The same with Japan, right? So there's a different speed if you think about markets, and maybe on the forefront is UK, US, Canada, Australia, because it's happening there since like 7-8 years now. But with different markets, they are becoming, they understand the benefits of that, I believe, and it becomes so clear now that those devices can be used for very practical means to enhance education, not to replace some elements, but enhance education. And they're not consumption devices. They're devices also to create content. Right?
Yeah. That was the shift that happened during the last 5 years for most of the schools that went digital, I guess. I mean, from our experience, that's how it looks. That the initial problem was that we used to think of them as like the consumption devices, not the creative devices. And I think the iPad changed that a little bit, and now the Chromebooks are there, and they are also like the creative aspects is also important there. And Explain Everything is there as well. So that's what we always wanted, I guess, that to show the creative aspect of using to show the creative potential of using those kind devices.
What we love to do, and what we started to do recently, and you can check this on our blog, and I'll share this with you real quick before we connect with another guest, is that we wanted to show you where's the link between practice, or let's say teaching framework, and the tool itself. And let me just show you my iPad here one more time, because we have a quite interesting article. So I'll bring to the Canvas browser and I'll open our blog page. And if you think about, hold on, I'll just, okay, that's the article. Documenting and improving students' thinking using whiteboard. This is an article that we wrote as a reaction to the practice that is in literature described quite in a detailed way, where recording allows to open a window into students' thinking. And actually, ExplainEverything is a great tool for that. Although the practice and the framework does not mention tool, we are providing article to illustrate that yes, you can apply this approach using whiteboard. Mm-hmm. And what we'll do in the future, because here we're providing step-by-step instructions how to use our tool for this process. What we're going to do in the future is that we're going to provide you with more articles illustrating how this or that practice can be enhanced with the use of digital devices with software such as ExplainEverything.
Right. There's a great example that I love to show, and because it kind of captures the spirit of what it means to go digital with the whiteboard. So I'll show that, I think. And it's only a very narrow example, but it has a wide range of uses. So I'll share my screen to Zoom. We'll do a little break after that before Sean comes in. All right, so I'm sharing my screen. And is it on? Yeah,
yes,
there we go.
We can see it.
So I'll go really simple. So okay. Pardon about the example, but say there's a math example, and it's like a primary school example, and you've created this project, you haven't recorded anything, but so you just go through a couple of like say like 234 plus 829, right? So you do this sort of thing. And this is the example that we've seen made by, I forgot the name, but it was surprised by a sum. If you Google that, you'll find this exact example live. I'm not making that up. So you've created this sort of addition example, and you want your student to figure it out and try to do that. But instead of handing him the paper or writing this down on the whiteboard, you give them this in the ExplainEverything. So, and you told them, you're gonna do this, let's try to do that. But before you start, you just press the red button on the bottom and just try to explain what your thinking is. And you go, okay, so the student goes like, oh, so what should I do right now? I should start with those on the right hand side. So I should add them first, and if goes beyond 10, I'll add here. So I'll just add 4 to 9, that's 3. So 1 goes 3, and 1 goes here to the 10s. So I'll add 10s now. So it's 1 plus 3, it's 4, and plus 2, it's 6. And now there's no additional hundreds here, so I'll just add 2 and 8, so that's 10. So here's 0, and this is 1, so it's 1063, right? Now press stop. So, and here's how it looks like. if you handed in the paper, you and your student would have this, right? And this. And you can see this and it's correct, right? And it's fine. You can, you can check if it's correct. That's a 1, 0, right?
A binary state.
A binary state.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's correct or it's not correct. So the student can or cannot do this, right? But if you do that with Explain Everything, you can press play. Also, what should I do right now? I should start with those on the right hand side. Okay. So, and you can see the process of their thinking. So if they have a problem, you are able to see why they have a problem. Because in regular classroom, you won't be able to attend every one of them, right? But if they share a video in a particular setting, you will be able to see what went wrong if they narrate it. Of course, not every student will narrate it. Some of them will have problems with that because they don't like their own voice. But because say in Explain Everything, it helps a lot if you record, because that's the difference also. If you try to do that in front of your class, you say, now you, John, go to the whiteboard and figure this out. And John might not be an extrovert and he won't be able to do that in front of other people and will be stressed out.
Right.
Right. And you can just give him the Explain Everything with this and tell him to record himself and they will be able to do that alone so that other people won't be able. So they will show you their ability to actually figure this out and not show you the ability to figure this out in front of people.
Yes.
Right? Because I mean, that's the side effect, of course. They will learn to show this in front of people, but yeah, there you go. But that's not the end. So it's not only for you as a teacher, it's for them. It's like, if they are able to see how they explain something and how it went, they are able to track down their own mistakes without your assistance. So that's also why, like, switching from paper to digital is worth it.
Yeah.
Because not only you can see the thinking process, they can also see it for themselves. So
it's a snippet of their understanding, and it's something that can be also shared with parents if necessary, right? So it exists out there, it's helpful in the process of learning and can be used in so many ways. I mean, even we had this example coming from one of our users the other day, that this process of recording was working great with students that stutter, right? Mm-hmm. They couldn't express themselves because they were getting nervous in front of the class. But when they were handed when the device was handed to them, they had no problems recording themselves because they knew they can always come back and improve what they are recording. Mm-hmm. So they were able to provide explanation when asked by teacher by preparing this explanation by themselves somewhere in the corner of the classroom.
Yeah,
I think that's a great example of what technology, how technology can be used to help.
There's a scene in this movie with Colin Farrell, I think.
Okay.
How to Become a King, I think. Right? There is this movie. Let me check.
Yeah. I know.
I'm not sure if that's the
King's Speech. I guess that's
King's Speech. Yeah, King's Speech. That was the Polish name. King's Speech. Yeah, where the King's Speech. Yeah, from 2010. Not Colin Farrell. Colin Firth. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, there's a scene where this guy played by Jeffrey Rush. Yeah, Jeffrey Rush.
Okay.
Records Colin Firth's speech while he has, while he can hear himself and he stops the stutter. So that's a pretty cool movie example of a technology actually showing that something's possible, but that wouldn't be possible.
Yes.
Because you wouldn't be able to prove that it worked this way. So yeah. So King's Speech, yeah.
Yeah, but it's a great movie.
Yeah.
By the way, how are we doing with questions? Because we have an hour and 15 minutes.
We didn't
more
have
to
that
go.
many questions. I guess only the most hardcore viewers stayed with us.
But at least those European viewers, right?
Yeah.
Or it might be that after 8 hours and 45 minutes, we're doing okay answering questions. So that's a pretty long Q&A.
Yeah, it is. But it's been all right, I think. I wonder where's there was I had this breakdown around 6th hour, but now it seems fine.
Okay, great.
So it's okay. No, we didn't get any additional questions. So I guess we'll take a break then and wait for Sean to come.
We'll take a few minutes break and we'll come back to have one more conversation. This time, Rashawn is going to join us. Rashawn was on Greg's podcast promoting his new book, Make Yourself Clear, but we want to ask him about remote teaching and practices related to that, and hear his observation about this topic. So this is something we're going to provide you with in about 10 minutes, but for the time being, I'll share my screen one more time. For the time being, we'll take a very short break and we'll come back to you shortly.
Thanks for staying with us for so long. We just hope it's not just Explain Everything people watching us, right? Because there are some that are cheering up.
So that's around 8 minutes.
Yep.
Okay. Set. Start. What have I done? Welcome everyone, we're back. This is 9th hour of our live stream and we're going to soon have one more guest of our stream. We're going to have a conversation with Rashawn Richards. We're waiting for him. In the meantime, we'll look at questions that you guys post on comment section of our YouTube stream. You can also use Twitter or Facebook group. We're trying to follow everything in order to answer as many as we can. And yeah, I guess looking at comments that we're doing okay for now, but if there's something that is lingering, if you want us to take on your question, way to use Explain Everything, please go ahead and provide those questions before we conclude our session today. Kuba, how do you feel? That's the 9th hour of our stream.
Pardon?
That's the 9th hour of our stream.
Oh yeah, we're doing great. Is Rashawn on?
Rashawn will be, here's with us.
Oh, awesome.
Hello.
Hey, Rashawn, how are you doing today?
I'm good. All right, let me get all my devices in order here.
Sure, take your time. While Rashawn is doing that, what have we learned today from those questions and reaction of participants?
Pardon? Sorry.
What have we learned from the reactions and questions that we take in?
Well, it's hard to sum up. There were so many. Was there a particular one? Well, the most well, the one that caused some confusion, I guess, was the one where why do you use two devices?
Right. So okay. So just Rashawn, to provide you with an overview of what we've learned during 9 hours of our stream. We got so many questions and we responded to, I guess, all of them.
Yep.
And one of the confusion points, and a lot of questions were related to how to broadcast whiteboard over distance, because teachers want to use whiteboard that way. We had very encouraging conversation with Ronnie. He shared his take on using Zoom with Explain Everything. He shared examples and the way he teaches over distance. He was actually one of the pioneers of that method, right?
Yeah.
And then we followed up with kind of options, how you can do this. So that was the content of our conversation. We've also learned from Tony Vincent that joined us at the beginning of our stream.
That was a great start.
That was a great start to take it slowly, step by steps, for those that are just beginning, not to try to explain everything at one go, just to proceed with simple steps. It's also something that Gavin shared with us when speaking about his company supporting digital transformation of schools. So just to give you an overview, what we covered during this long stream of ours.
Right, and then there was one question we didn't answer because I was waiting for Rashawn to show up actually.
Okay.
So the question is, how do you use Explain Everything for? Let me check that for formative assessment.
Oh, okay. So maybe we could dive into that as well. But let's begin with a question, Rashawn. How are you doing these days?
Oh, I'm doing okay. It's been a whole series of meetings and planning and supporting people and really trying to manage a lot of things because for those who don't know, in addition to my relationship with Explain Everything as one of its original founders, I'm also, my primary gig is as an administrator at a pre-K through 9 school in the Northeast United States. And then I also teach at the university level. So I'm experienced. And then I have 3 young kids who are not able to attend their school. So I'm experiencing this situation from a variety of perspectives, from the perspective of a school that needs to plan and operate in a distance setting, to somebody who is now required to teach primarily in a online setting, to also managing home differently because I've got children who are learning in a distance setting, and then of course working with the company and managing and trying to be supportive in that way, for a company that's also experiencing this. So it's a lot.
It is, yes. And, as a regional co-founder to Explain Everything, you're one of the most knowledgeable in terms of technology capabilities, right? And scenarios of how it can be used. That's why I wanted to ask you from your perspective about the challenges that you see when teaching remotely.
I think one of the challenges is you can't, well, you can't try to replicate everything that you were doing face to face. So like, right there, there's experiences that were designed for online or distance from the outset versus what most schools are facing, which is trying to transform very quickly what was designed to be in person for an online setting. And I think the safest solutions are often in like, well, how do I replicate as much of that right away? So how can we have as many synchronous video meetings? Because we used to meet from 8:30 to 9:15 every day for math class. So now how do I just use a Zoom or some other platform? But that's not taking into account all of the other changes that are happening. It's not just a shift in place. It's a shift in surroundings. It's a shift in not being around other peers and physically near classmates and the teacher. So you have to account for that and realize you can't just look at one element or one piece of technology to immediately substitute, because there's many other dimensions to the school and learning experience that are disrupted. So I think it's okay to start from that place of safety and familiarity, but I think folks will quickly realize that it's exhausting. I mean, you probably know it from your experience today. It is tough to be on a video call for multiple hours in a day. It's not even almost conducive to learning in a way, right? Because you've been on for however many hours here, and I'm sure I'm sure you've got some fatigue, right, from that. So now try to imagine both a teacher and a student who are not used to operating that way all of a sudden being thrust into it, and it's not necessarily a great match. So I think when you're looking at solutions, whether they're technological or not, you have to realize you're bridging both a distance and a time gap and a place gap and a human gap. And it's all of those things that are subtracted that you have to find, like, how do I tend to all of those needs? And this is, of course, assuming that you have addressed some other kind of like basic needs that get disrupted when a school is closed. For example, if a school is a provider of food or security or supervision, like those needs have to be met first before you can even start talking about what can learning look like or what can formal school look like. I mean.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. You're right. And, this is not a typical situation to provide like a 10-hour long video stream for teachers, because we are flooded with questions, and this is our way to respond to them, just to provide a floor and space to ask those questions and get a response quickly. So, but I wanted to ask you about the change in mindset, because you have a very good perspective on teaching and the changes that rapidly happen now. How does it affect the teacher's mindset?
How does what change? This current condition, or
exactly? How much is it different and what kind of transformation has to happen in terms of a mindset of a teacher?
I think everybody is kind of forced to mine down to like the fundamentals of like what is it that I'm trying to achieve, and then what are the resources and constraints that are around me that I have to design around. And so I think there's this opportunity or almost this need to get really clear about, well, what do I want my students to learn because of this experience that I've designed? Those kinds of questions should be asked constantly, every day, pre COVID-19. But maybe over time, habits form, routines form. In some cases, inertia exists, and maybe people stop asking those questions. But because of this, like true external and really unfortunate disruption, when you realize, wow, I do have limited time, I have limited resources, and I have to really focus on what's most important. I think that's the right place to start, right? So it's not just about like, oh, I just have to get through all of this content. Well, what were you trying to achieve by going through that content? And you have to get clear about that question.
Right, right. So from the practical perspective, and let me just, before I ask you this question, provide some context to it. Last time we had together 2 webinars for, let's say, new teachers trying to use Explain Everything whiteboard in their teaching practice, and for those advanced users of Explain Everything. We had 2 webinars where we covered 3 scenarios of how teaching can be provided at a distance. And we spoke about explainer videos. And it's something that we explained quite a bit during our live stream today. Cool. But we also covered broadcasting whiteboards on a conference call for groups of students. Let's say that's a way to deliver lecture. But and the third scenario was collaborative whiteboards for group projects. And I remember your comment on those webinars that it's best to start with this one here, whiteboard videos. It's a good starting point. But I wanted to ask you, from your perspective as a person that has all the tricks up his sleeve, you're a co-founder to this whiteboard. What do you use these days when you're and what do you advise more advanced users of Explain Everything to use to be most efficient when teaching at a distance?
You know, I would say if you're operating right now, like I would create very short or a series of short instructional videos where content, ideas, topics are explained, stories told, whatever it is. Mm-hmm. And then you augment that by the times that you can meet synchronously, that it becomes like a facilitated or mediated discussion. So, one example I can give. Let me see if I could pull this up. While I'm talking, I'm going to attempt to share even one of the examples from one of my graduate school classes. I hadn't prepared this. Mm-hmm. So. But now sure. I'm going to do some on the fly because, well, we're in a live stream and we should be able to do this.
Yeah.
So let me explain. So we, in one of the weeks where we knew or we found out that we weren't going to be able to meet in person, me and my co-teacher for this course, I created a whiteboard video example for students to watch, and then they were asked to respond to it and submit it. So we use Canvas as our LMS. Mm-hmm. And let me try to find this. What week was that? And sorry for the.
No problem.
Right. I think this is a good example.
I think it's important for viewers to understand how a person like you that knows well everything about those 3 scenarios uses them in his practice, so others can like follow your steps. We see a lot information being shared about remote teaching, so that's why we're looking for those practical suggestions.
Yeah, can I share my screen? Is that okay?
Absolutely. Yeah, I stopped mine screen sharing.
So I'm right now on the. Can you see that? I'm on the back end of
yes.
my Canvas course. So here's what we did. I just have to make sure I'm not accidentally showing any student names. So this was the assignment to basically like apply a framework and kind of just do an exercise like, hey, pick a tool and apply the SAMR framework to it, right? So basic assignment. All right, so February 6th. Now let me go to pages. Let me see when I'm like having trouble finding what date that that session was. I thought it was here. So here, this is my Canvas page. Contribute to the week 2 discussion. I thought it was there. So anyway, students had to watch a video, but now I can't find the video. Oh, there it is. It's highlighted in yellow. I was like, why am I skipping over that? Okay, right here. So watch Learning Frameworks video. Okay. So I posted this, I created this whiteboard video with Explain Everything. Really, you can see it pretty rough. I don't think my audio is going to cover through. MSTU 40.
It does.
Okay, so I'm not going to play the whole thing, but the folks behind. What I did was, in the first part of it, was just give a perspective of some of the content, and then modeled an example of like how could you take a framework and like talk through the tool. So I created a whiteboard video to model an exercise. I wasn't expecting that the students would use Explain Everything for their final content, but I just used it as a way to give instruction to it. Let me just stop my share, and then I'm going to find just some of the examples and describe kind of the next step, which was, so all the students, there's 23 students in this class, submitted their work through Canvas. And the next time we met, we were meeting digitally like this. I'm just going to tell you, I basically we took screenshots of anything that was submitted in text. I'm just going to find one image just so I can model it. Nope, that was written like a paper. Photograph, come on, who did a photo? And there was, let's see. Yeah, so I guess most students typed out for here. So then what happened was, I'll airdrop these. I'm going to share my iPad next. Is that going to work?
Of course.
All right. Doing many different types of sharing. All right, so let me see. Okay, I'm going to send my iPad to Zoom.
That's still exciting. I mean, using those that many types of technology. Kuba asked the question like 5 hours ago, I believe. What would happen if the COVID would spread 20 years ago, right? What kind of tools we would have in order to change our ways of teaching?
So just as an example, what we did that when we got back together, again, using Explain Everything now, we connect via Zoom. So broadcasting in a similar way to what I'm doing now. So as a facilitator, took all the students' submissions and then used it as arranged those content. I only took 2 of these screenshots here.
Okay.
But then used that content and basically was able to bring it to life. And then we were able to have a discussion about what people submitted. We were able to look for commonalities in the types of tools that people chose for the exercise. And we were able to facilitate this kind of dynamic discussion in this way because we were using the whiteboard to visualize it. If we had just done like a talking heads Zoom call, it would have been very hard to kind of help people understand what me and my co-instructor were finding interesting about the submission. So as an instructor, I used the whiteboard video to set up the exercise and used the live whiteboard as a way to bring the student responses to life when we kind of met for class 5 days later after the submission had been, after the assignment had been created.
Right. So thanks for that example. That's very useful. We spoke with Ronnie a few hours ago, and we asked him about how limiting it is to teach remotely, and he actually said that it's at some point it is a different bandwidth in communication between teacher and the class, but it's also something that is enriching the experience, and he sees the benefits of teaching remotely. In a way, he can control the experience and make the best use of the time when providing a lecture in a form of a video or even lecturing live. How do you see the balance of what we lost because we're pushed to the situation and what we've gained?
Well, I think the responsibility of any teacher is that if people, and this is the same for anybody who's even just like calling a meeting, right? If you're telling people to all gather together in the same place at the same time, you have to be certain that like there's a purpose to all being there together at the same time, right? Because if not, everybody knows like there's a million different ways that something could have been communicated. Could that have been in an email? Could it have been in a whiteboard video? Like, did we all need to be here for that? Which isn't always the case. So even in a virtual setting, if you're getting everybody together for a synchronous meeting, you have to be sure that like, all right, what's happening in the synchronous meeting couldn't have been done another way. So if somebody's getting everybody together, but they're just talking at everybody for an hour straight without any Q&A or participation or breakdown or anything like that, then it was almost meaningless to get everybody together there. Like it wasn't a good use of time or attention. So I would say anybody who's doing long, lengthy live lectures over Zoom and getting everybody there at the same time is probably not thinking about all of the other ways that it could have happened. There is something nice to being there live in the moment, but you want to then also give everybody else options to be like, hey, I'm going to be recording this 30-minute lecture on, you know, topic XYZ. Anybody who wants to join for the live recording, please come on in. Otherwise, watch it, right? So then you create a choice and people can opt in because some people like to be there in the moment for that spontaneity, while maybe not everybody can be. Then I would also say if it's a more routine type of class and you're getting people who are distributed all over the world or multiple time zones, the goal should not be so that everybody's there just to hear from you, but that they can actually do something with each other, right? So like even a tool like Zoom, one of the really nice features are those breakout groups. So like, even if you hadn't thought about that in your face-to-face setting, in your in-person setting, that all of a sudden becomes something like, wow, what could I have my students do that otherwise is not really easy or possible to do?
And what about those teachers that were reluctant when it comes to use of technology in the classroom and now are pushed to kind of like forced into a situation where they need to adopt themselves? How do you help them in this transformation? Do you have any thoughts on making their transformation easier?
Well, because of the current situation, I think you have to be able to meet people where they are, because outside of like the shifting professional context, they've also got things in their personal lives that they're probably also managing. So I think there has to be some sensitivity to that, regardless of what somebody's professional responsibilities might be to continue performing those responsibilities in this time. But I would say like you have to ease in, right? You have to find a safe on-ramp towards trying some new things. I think for schools that have those resources, the reluctant people are the ones you try to pair with a really strong coach or instructional coach who is not just familiar with the nuts and bolts of how to use the tool, but can actually get into the really help get to the point of like the why. Because somebody who's reluctant just because they're nervous about trying new things or they don't feel facile, but is a eager learner, that's a different type of person to work with than somebody who's like, oh no, I'm not changing my ways because I don't need to learn anything new. Like those are two different mindsets, but both people who would fall under like that reluctant category. So there isn't a blanket answer. I think you have to know your audience, and you have to meet people where they are and then assume kind of goodwill and good intent that they are going to try to be there in service of learners and try to do what's best for them rather than only do what's easiest or most convenience for themselves.
Right. We had Gavin on our live stream, and he shared his perspective as a person that helps schools deal with the situation of expedited digital transformation. He said that for those that are reluctant to use technology, it's it usually seems to be like a horror movie where you don't know what is behind the next door, and that's why they're afraid to, like, open them. So do you see it the same way?
I think it varies person by person, and it also can vary like school culture or organizational culture, right? As far as where does that fear come from, right? Is it fear of being embarrassed in front of your students or your peers? Is it fear of not performing well for your supervisors and that there might be some negative consequence? I think you have to get to the bottom of what the things that the teacher is perceiving, and then also to figure out how real are those things, and like why is that person feeling that way, and is it legitimate or not? And I think that's the only way to kind of figure out, well, how real is that kind of horror that horror movie scenario? Because oftentimes if you start to like scratch at the problem, they might find like, all right, the real thing is the nervousness about performing in front of an audience using unfamiliar technology. Well, hey, guess what? Maybe you should work on the video side and ease into doing really complicated things in a live thing until you're ready, right? And maybe there's something else where somebody's like, I'm not ready, I like to be spontaneous and I'm not ready to build all of these asynchronous activities yet. Maybe, hey, you know what'll be best for you is start by just facilitating live discussions, and then we'll ease into some other methods. So again, this all gets down to meeting people where they are, but not settling to remain at that level with always the ambition of growing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great tip for those that are just beginning. There are many entry points to the digital tools and experiences that you can provide when teaching with whiteboard and different tools in your digital tool belt. It's up to what works for you as a good starting point to build from that. But first of all, it's all about gaining the comfort and ability to feel that you can depend on certain element of your practice before you expand this to other areas. And as you mentioned during our webinar last time, the entry point that you suggested was recording videos, because these are easy to edit and improve. If they're not perfect at the first go, they usually not perfect with the first take, and then maybe later start with those live streams using conferencing solutions or engaging students in a group. Is that correct?
Yeah, but I do think there's going to be people who even their entry point, even before bringing in the whiteboard, need to just get comfortable with the medium, right? The concept of using video. Forget about what type of video content it is. So sometimes you might have to start there and realize, hey, all right, maybe your first point is just using like a mobile phone camera video to record a message to share to students. And then you start to realize, okay, this is good, but it has some serious limitations because I have to spend so much effort describing things when I could just show it. So now you can make that transition from, instead of me wasting all of this energy using words and gestures to try to describe something, all of a sudden you visualize it and you realize now I can do so much more. But these are those steps that you have to get there, right? If somebody already understands the concept of using just video as a medium for communication, then you start talking about like, well, here's a type of video, a whiteboard video. But some people might be, that concept of just using video in general might be so alien to them that that's where you start, and then ease into, well, here's a type of video that could be helpful.
Yes, I think that's very helpful, and thank you for sharing that with us. Kuba, do we have any questions?
No.
Okay,
no,
great.
No. So, but I think that's a good opportunity to ask Prashant, because I think you've talked about it in some...
The formative assessment thing.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Mm-hmm.
So, because it's a little bit outside of the, sorry, because I plugged out. Outside of the remote teaching scenario, but since you are one of the original co-founders of ExplainEverything, maybe you could talk a little bit more about why actually ExplainEverything started as an app, as a whiteboard, as a solution. Not immediately starting as a remote teaching solution, but what was the thought behind it? I mean, some of our viewers probably didn't hear the story. but I guess it's a very good
But
one.
you're asking less about history, but the need,
Yes.
right? The need for Explain Everything to be. So if you could, like, Rishan, give us your take about that.
Yeah, so I would actually say it's not disconnected from a remote teaching and learning setting. If anything, it's even more important because when you're not in the same room as your learners, you don't have all those other kind of anecdotal moments to like check in on them and see where they are, have other cues for seeing are they getting it beyond what they might submit as formal like demonstrations of understanding, like a quiz or a test or a paper or a discussion post. The like originating idea with Explain Everything was that how could a student use whiteboard videos as a way to demonstrate understanding? So, I mean, this is going to be nonsense, but like this is a rounded rectangle and this side looks like it's half the size of this side. And by creating a simple whiteboard video, you could hear and see what a student is thinking about or trying to articulate without necessarily being right next to them. So it's meant to be a way to demonstrate understanding that bridges distance and time, which is exactly what folks are facing. I think one of the best and most simplest use cases for having these formative assessment moments is literally take a picture of something. Well, I don't even know what's on this iPad. We'll find something interesting. All right, here. I don't know who. Oh, this is some sort of autonomous vehicle. To take a picture of something, hit record, and talk about it. This is a Waymo autonomous vehicle, and I think Google might be the company that now is testing this out. I'm not a big fan of this design, but I do like the idea that it's a very small car that can probably be easy to find parking spots for. So having students take pictures of their own work, whether it's something they wrote on a piece of paper, something they created, some bits of code that are on a screen that they made a screenshot of, and getting them to talk through and reflect upon that is a really powerful way for a teacher to get a lens into how that student's thinking. It's not about what they know, but it's about how they talk about how they know it and why it's important to know it. And these are all things that just having an open-ended tool like this, you can start to tap into it. And because you're not going to have these moments to touch base, connect with, run into a student in the hallway, in between classes or somewhere on campus, you can start to like construct and create opportunities for those moments to have these kind of mediated conversations.
Yeah, that's a very good way of putting that. So, but for some of the teachers this question pops up pretty often, because once you create this sort of artifact, as students create this sort of artifact, teachers worry about having time to actually watch that. And how would you approach this, or how did you approach this particular aspect?
Yeah, so this isn't something that you're going to do every single day, multiple times per day necessarily. Let me try to share. I'll kind of I'll whiteboard this out, right? So you might like think of like the course of a unit or a semester or whatever it is, and decide I'm going to schedule certain moments where this is going to be the demonstration of understanding in a formative way, in an ongoing way, that I want to collect those things. And I am going to, in my schedule, reserve some time in order to look at them. I would also introduce constraints. For example, that like, if you're going to make a recording, it can only be a certain length of time, right? So you have to like manage how many students do you have, right? If you're somebody who's like what sometimes is known as like a specialist teacher, so you see like 200 students because you're seeing every student, but just with less frequency. That's a different story than somebody who has like a class of 18 kids that they see every day for a long time of the day, but then may not have as many free periods in their day or planning or prep periods to actually review that content. So I think you have to look at what's your available time and the number of artifacts, and then introduce some constraints both in the length of recordings as well as the frequency of those points. And then you can start to create a structure. I think the most powerful thing is when you set these routines up over the course of like a year, you start to build this cool like arc of learning where even if you did 4 or 5 of those types of moments in a year for a student, you can actually see like tremendous amounts of growth in the way they speak, in the way they're talking about their learning, and the way they're being reflective and metacognitive. Those are the kinds of opportunities that are there. Some people will be like, I want to do this all the time. That's great, but you may only have a chance to really put the work into reviewing and deeply analyzing things with a limited selection. So you design your own systems, right? So figure out what will be sustainable and meaningful rather than going like over the top and then creating something where you're not actually generating any value. You're just creating busy work.
Right. Yeah, that's a great tip for those who are looking into this particular mode of teaching.
Yeah. But at the same time, when I observe Rashawn going with use of whiteboard just to illustrate your thinking as you did now, I'm sometimes just as now I think about those teachers that watch this and say, oh, this is not something I can use in my teaching practice. This is way beyond the things I would be able to do. And I just wonder what would be your reaction, because I'm sure you have those reactions from teachers that you speak to, right, Rashawn?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be people who say, well, this doesn't align with my style, right? This is not how I teach. This is not how I communicate. I think the best place to start is to know your learners and find out how do they best learn? How are they best communicated to? And I think that kind of mindset, you spoke about mindsets before, that's what it comes down to. Like, is your audience meant to adapt to you, or are you meant to adapt to your audience who might be changing year after year and all of those things? And I would argue that the role of the teacher is to meet students where they are, right? And with the intention of helping them grow, right? It is important for learners to get used to different types of communication styles and all of that thing. That doesn't mean we should all be kind of all over the place. And people have really interesting and unique personalities, and this isn't meant to say like you shouldn't bring that to the workplace or to the classroom or to the teaching environment. But at the same time, if it's so kind of one directional, it's like my way or the highway, that's not actually putting students' needs or students' learning first. That's putting like, hey, I'm going to do what I do, and like you have to survive. And if you make it, and that's kind of this like Darwinian survival of the fittest model, which is really not part of true like progressive education.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, you need to meet them where they are. And I think use of visuals was always an aid, a way to support argumentation and lectures in the classroom, even before digital technology was available. And digital whiteboards of a different kind now are the tools that can only improve the visual aspect of providing illustration and exploration of complex phenomena and ideas, right?
That's right.
Kuba, any questions for Rashawn?
The chat's silent. I guess they like to listen to you, Rashawn.
Or it's also, it's probably on the East Coast, it's getting close to dinner time.
Oh yeah.
Dinner time, what's that?
So what did you guys do? Did you order food in? Like how have you been sustaining yourselves?
A lot of coffee.
A lot of coffee. If you look at the caps, we have actually, I counted 10 caps. So a cap for each of our live stream, and we got sushi. So we were eating during short breaks. But yes, I guess we're doing okay. There are good reactions on the comment section of YouTube. We have a very positive reactions on Facebook as well. So yeah, I hope those that are watching that what we provided to you was useful. We had, Rashawn, 5 other conversations during this live stream,
yep.
Right? So you think about our webinars last week, we had a total of 4 hours webinar. This is like twice as much in one take.
Yeah.
What time are you going until?
Oh, sorry.
30 minutes more.
Oh, okay, all right. So you're in the home stretch. That's good.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So there are some questions not really related to what we were talking about, but
that's fine. I can try to.
Some.
I'm pretty good with tech support. So let me. I'll put my whiteboard up and try to answer them.
So the first one is it possible to create a project that is a student assignment, assign it in Google Classroom, and create an individual project for each student? So
let me try to model through this.
Okay.
So I'm basically at the home screen because I think I have the classroom app on here because I'm on my school iPad right now. So I'm gonna put my math teacher hat on, and this will be kind of like an elementary example. I'm just gonna create some like counters. Why is the shadow on? I love this. The shadow's on by default for some reason.
Looks okay.
Yeah. All right. So let's say I'm gonna draw a little. So right now, for whoever asked that question, I'm like thinking like a instructional designer. I'm like setting up what's going to ultimately be an activity or a template. Will this work? Let me see. I'm kind of staging this. So all I've done is like been just adding some shapes here, and I'm going to make it into one of my favorite types of visual problems, the pan balance.
Great.
And let me just make sure these didn't group. I'm also gonna set this up as the background. And now I think all my objects should be freely movable. So imagine this was like a really rough creation, but imagine my instructions, and I'll type it in Google Classroom, would be, I want my students to like record talking through how they might solve this problem to figure out, one of these rectangle shapes is the same as, make that a little smaller, switch to black. One of these rectangles is the same as how many of these. I actually don't know if this is going to work out evenly because I did it so quickly. Like that might be my goal, right? To figure out that, right? Like how many, one of those is equal to how many of those. So I've got this all set up. And what I'm going to do, let me rename it. Pan balance, backends balance, spell things correctly. So I've got this project, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to, there's a lot of ways I can do this. I could upload this to Explain Everything and then give folks a link and instructions to download it. But I'm going to kind of try a different format, which is I'm going to export this project file to a Google Classroom class. Let us hope that this works.
Okay.
Project. Do you see my tabs? Oh, you do. Good.
Yes.
I just realized I'm gonna change my frame to 4:3, so it looks better. Export project, and I'm gonna try the open in. Right here is Google Classroom. Okay, and it should log me in correctly. Yes. Let's see. So I'm coincidentally working on an Explain Everything Google Classroom course for the teachers at my school. Wouldn't you know it? This is totally random that this is coming up like this. These are some other Google Classroom classes that I'm in. So let me say I'm going to create a material. Actually, I could create an assignment, and I might type in pan balance thing. Here are my instructions. Do this and then that. Obviously, you would do a better version of that.
Of course.
But you can see at the bottom here, the file is attached there. And I'm going to say, what is that? Students can edit, students can view. Wonder what that does. Make a copy for each student. I've never tried that. And I'm going to say save changes. And now I'm going to go over to Google Classroom so we can see what this looks like. I don't know how to preview as a student view in Classroom.
You would have to use a different account for that.
Okay. But at least from the teacher side, I can see what got created here. We got classwork. Oh, it's still in a draft form, so I still have to publish it, I guess. But there it is. So I went right from Explain Everything to here. Schedule. Yeah, why not? For then, schedule. Oh, that's for April 2nd. Let me schedule it for earlier. Let me schedule it for, yeah, so you can see my newness to this. Let me schedule it for yesterday. Must be scheduled for the future. What? I'm gonna, what's today, the 1st?
Yes.
Yep.
And it is 5:43. So I'm gonna choose 5:44. Just to see what happens. That's 1 minute from now.
Okay.
So I guess in a minute it will be published. There's no students in this course yet, so can't do anything. But anyway, I'm very curious to see what the next step is. But for whoever asked that question, at least they saw the flow of what that looks like. And even when, oops, you know, when I guess I can't click it here in that view. I'll have to figure out how to preview as a student. But that's the thing. On their device, when they click on it, they would then be able to open it in Explain Everything, create their version. So now I'm going to pretend I've opened it in Explain Everything. Oops. I am the student. Let me see. I'm first going to take 2 blues off of each pan, and then I'm going to take 1 red off of each. And let's see, I'm going to cut this in half. Uh-oh, I can't cut 3 in half nicely. So maybe I'll use this cutout tool and do that. And what I find is that 1 ball equals 1.5 of these, but that doesn't answer my question. So I guess one of those would be 2/3 of that. So there's my answer. And now if I was a student, I would say the probably easiest way to do it is that they can just save the thing as a video. And they could then submit it to Classroom. So now it's rendering the thing as a video and saving it to Classroom. And if I was a student, I would be able to choose the assignment that I was submitting it to. I could also, whoops, I didn't mean to hit that button. If I did the web video link, this would probably be even faster because I could take this link and send it to Classroom. So there's a lot of ways to get out of Explain Everything into Google Classroom. I'm on an iOS device, and that's what that flow looks like. But yeah, so long answer, yes.
Yeah, and you can tell how fluent Rashan is when using Explain Everything and Google Classroom. If you want to take it step by step and look into the process in detail, we actually covered that last week on our webinar on Chromebooks and various ways you can use them. And there we showed, we illustrated the entire process of going from iPad, creating assignment, to receiving this assignment on students and using Chromebook and then sending response back to teacher for assessment. So we encourage you to check that out. And Rashan, while we have you here, there's one.
Oh, look, I got the alert.
Oh yeah, really? Okay, now it's not grayed out. It's accessible, right?
Yeah, it's taking me through a little rigmarole here.
So there was a question on chat while you were illustrating this example related to the use of project file, because actually you attached, you exchange project file, and this requires students to have Explain Everything to open this project file, correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay. So what options do you see? I mean, what do you suggest for teachers to do? Is it that you encourage use of Explain Everything on students' devices, or there's another way you think that ExplainEverything can be used without having students already being users of ExplainEverything? Is there a scenario like that that you can suggest to use?
Yeah, I think if your students don't have ExplainEverything, this is where like the whiteboard video content, like only the instructor, you create the content, but then like I showed before, you're sending a link, or you can export it as a video and somebody can watch it. It's mostly, you need ExplainEverything if you want somebody to be able to create with it, right? To be able to interact with what you made. Now, I could actually, let's see what happens to this. I'm gonna actually publish this project to the web. Everybody can see this link. Copy. So I'm gonna email it to myself. Put my name wrong. So I published this to Explain Drive just now. So again, I'm pretending I'm a teacher who has the application, but even somebody who doesn't have ExplainEverything, I could set up a project, and I'm going to try to open it on my desktop. Let me stop my share while this is going. This might be way too confusing for some folks, but you asked.
Yeah, but where Rishan, in the meantime, let me explain. So where Rishan is going with that is that if you have a cloud project, that is this process of uploading that Rishan just did, it allows you, it provides you with an opportunity to have your students joining this project without actually being users of ExplainEverything. Is that where you're going with this, Rishan?
It's exactly where. So let me share my browser. So I'm in my email that just received this this invitation, and I'm going to click join now. And so I'm just on a browser, right? I don't have the application installed. I don't have a paid account or anything like that. I just got a link to join, and I'm gonna mute my microphone. But I too, just from my browser window, can now interact with this template, and you can see actually Bart is interacting with me too. So there's a lot of flexibility as far as your choices. Like, so as the content creator, you're best served having an account and the application, but you can design experiences that have pretty high accessibility, low difficulty entry points for somebody to be able to interact with it.
I think that's a great answer. So let me put it, the answer in a different way. If you want to start with ExplainEverything at best as a teacher, supply yourself with subscription so you can create explainer videos and also open those cloud spaces, those collaborative whiteboards for your students to join in when you are present on the session, because they will not be able to join if you're not there on the cloud session. And only later, if you see that it's working for you and you want to encourage your students to use the tool for themselves to create videos explaining their thinking and just, you know, make the best use of their creative juices, you can supply them with subscriptions as well. But usually the starting point is when teacher adopts this tool in their practice. Is that the good way to say it?
Yeah, I think so, for sure.
Cool, fantastic. Kuba, any other remaining question before we close?
No, there was a thank you so much, Rishan from Joy. Who
yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm very impressed that you both were able to do this for this long. Very impressive.
Thank you, Rishan. I wear this Ironman hat in purpose, you know, because this is kind of like this is long as as a Ironman race. So thank you for joining us in our 10th hour of live stream. We're going to close soon, but if there are any lingering questions that we can take, we'll do that. And in the meantime, Rishan, thanks again for participating and showing us around your ways of using Explain Everything.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good night. And get some rest. You've earned it.
We soon will.
All right. So long. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
See you. But before we close, we have a few more minutes, so we don't have to rush. We'll be waiting for your questions to come. So if there are any closing thoughts on your end that you want to share with us, or inspirations that you got from the conversations that we had during this call, and we had fantastic guests, I would say. I've learned a lot from them. So please share those inspirations with us. We're happy to learn from your perspective how it looks like.
Right. Yeah. It was so well thought. I'm saying this just because Bart just gathered all these people, fantastic examples, and the idea behind this 10-hour live stream came to us like last week.
It was actually your idea, to be honest.
All right.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. I'm regretting it a bit right now, but it's just because I'm tired. But yeah, it was a great time. But yeah, the range of people using Explain Everything for their teaching and for their own purposes is so wide. It actually boggles my mind that it kind of works in so many ways. I mean, we do that because we believe that, but seeing that in action makes you want to do it more, and that's a great feeling to end this 10-hour session with. Yeah.
But still, I believe this session was necessary in order for us to explore those different ways that teachers can use Explain Everything. As I mentioned before, we were not able to keep up with questions during our webinars, and we're flooded with emails. I mean, there's actually 750 something emails waiting to be answered, and our entire team is working on providing answers to those emails. So if session like this is helpful and you can get your answers quicker, because we're doing what we can to respond to emails, but this is the quickest way we can method we can provide you with to get your answers. And we know from some teachers that are in communication with us that it is sometimes essential to use Explain Everything and other whiteboards during their teaching because of the situation, right?
Right. Yes. So sorry about the delays in answering those emails. This is just then the interest in Explain Everything has been just overwhelming, and we're doing our best. So there's one question.
Yes, there's a question coming from Joey related to extended trial, and we should have show you how to apply for that before, but we haven't. So let me do it now as we speak. If that's okay.
And meanwhile, as you do that, there was another question from Roger. I have noticed that sometimes my annotations don't stick to a PDF I'm writing on. I do know how to regroup objects, but I was wondering if you might know what is going on. So there is this one thing that we're trying to figure out, and there's a couple of bugs we fixed recently about this. So please update your app if you're using one. If you're on a web editor, there might be some situations where the annotations will disconnect. So first thing is that if you're in the app, just make sure that you have, I should connect to Zoom.
Yes.
1 second. Oh, not here. One sec. There we go. All right, let's press start broadcast. 3, 2, 1, go.
And we can see your screen.
All right, awesome. So please make sure that in the editing tab,